Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Paradise League HoN Awakening tournament. Currently, we are going to be on the first live game of this series, this tournament. Quarterfinals, best of one. Right now, we're going to be seeing Lunar Tier versus Interest. And yeah, I'm Thicolis, as always, and I'm joined with Nede. Nede, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to cast with you.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I'm gonna start this tournament off by saying I am. The people who are gonna recognize me know that I only play mid wars. I am usually the mid wars caster. Currently, I'm on FOC, so I'm gonna be asking a lot of questions for you, Nede, because I don't have. I don't know what's going on half the time when I looked at the tournaments. The old tournaments, okay? So you're gonna have to hard carry me here.
I'm right here, buddy. No worries.
Hell yeah. All right. So, like I just said, I don't know. So I don't really know these teams. I don't know how much you know them. So I don't know if you can tell me a bit about them, what strategies we should be seeing from them, and everything. Yeah.
About Lunar Tier, I know some knowledge about them. I know some stuff. They have played the last tourney.
Okay.
They're pretty good. The other team, I haven't seen them. I think they have changed some players because I know Toffee.
Okay.
I know Muggle, I know Seasick, but I haven't seen Naga Siren and Exotic. Maybe they just did some changes between the teams. Maybe they combined with two teams.
Okay, yeah, maybe just a new team with combination of others. Okay, I mean, what can you tell me about? So you told me that Lunar Tier, they're pretty good. I mean, what can you tell me about the Interest players themselves? You know, you can tell me if they're bad. You know, it's fine. They're probably not going to watch this.
Oh, Seasick, I think is their like main carry position 1. I think Toffee is gonna be probably position 2.
Okay.
But you never know how they play. The Thailand boys, they shift around a lot in their positions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's what a lot of the high level players are able to to play not just one role. So I mean, you said Cisse would be the carry, but no, he picked an Iker. I mean, maybe he picked the Iker just to switch after.
He's the captain though.
Okay. So I mean, Iker, yeah, Iker does seem like a pretty good pick, I would say. He has a lot of survivability. Obviously, I'm still going off of mid wars, but in mid wars he's not the greatest because he can still get bursted down. But I feel like in like those smaller engagement where it's more like like it's never gonna be full team fights, at least in the beginning. He can probably like survive a lot more.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those support heroes that can sustain a lot in the fights.
Okay.
So if you can go over the bans from the Legion side and the Hellbrew side.
Yeah.
We have
go ahead.
Fora, Vindicator, and Calamity on the Legion side, and on Hellbrew side we have Geomancer, Tundra, and Deadwood. And we see the Hellbrew side picked Kraken and Corrupted Disciple, which is pretty normal for them.
Okay. So are these like standard bans? Is there anything that like you really like stands out?
These are pretty standard bans. Yeah.
Like I would imagine Calamity with her the new change where she gets like a infinite stacking agility. I can see why she's banned. She can probably snowball pretty hard. Nymphora, I'm guessing it's because of the ult that lets you go across the map and bring other people. I'm guessing that's why.
Yes, and the sustainability on the lane. You don't need to buy like a lot of potions, mana potions.
Yep. Okay. Then and then Vindy, because global silence and just overall pretty strong hero.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I think I'm starting to understand. Okay, I understand why each of these heroes were banned, and we're gonna see the next set of bans with see Madman and Plague Rider. Okay, honestly, I mean you can explain them because I'm.
Yeah, so basically, like the Airborne side already got to their like position 1 and 2. If I'm not mistaken, it might be a position 3 Kraken as well. Okay. And on the Legion side, they already got to their like initiation position 3 and 4 or 5 probably. So we're gonna see a lot of bans coming from Hellborn side on carries or mid heroes. And on the Legion side, they're just gonna ban like super good sustainability on the lanes, supports.
Oh, okay. So on Hellborn, we're gonna see people like, let's say, Pearl or something get banned, or Rhapsody, as they just did. And I mean, Hellborn, we saw they banned Swiftblade. They're probably gonna ban another carry, pretty strong carry.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're right. You're predicting everything basically. Yeah, Silhouette's been banned. Another. Pretty...
this is pretty standard on what to ban here. So we're probably gonna see like either or. So it's still the Legion side has the last ban, right? So it's probably Andrew. Oh, Lords of Forest. Okay.
Oh, okay. That is a surprising pick. Surprising ban. Okay, so we can see.
I thought it was gonna go for Andrew or Pearl, but
yeah,
you never know.
That is also what I thought. In South Forest is he's pretty strong too. No.
So what Hellborn needs right now, it's good support and an initiator maybe.
Yeah, they don't have the. I mean, Kraken, I guess if it gets PK can initiate, but yeah, it's probably not the. Not the main initiator. We see Soul Reaper.
Okay, so they're going Tricore.
Tricore.
So that's gonna be a position 3 Kraken actually.
Okay.
I don't see Soul Reaper being a support, but we'll never know what they're trying. Yeah. Maybe they have some secret strat.
Yeah, secret.
But normally, how Hellborn side or let's say Thailand boys play is they get Soul Reaper as carry and they stack a lot in the jungle, and they pick like something good support that can actually save him.
Monarch.
Hence the Monarch. Yeah, true.
Okay. All right, you know your stuff. You know what they're gonna pick. Okay, we see the Forsaken, which was the hard carry they were missing from Legion. It's pretty.
Normally, right now, if I was Legion side, I would either go Andro or something. Oh, Pebbles. Oh, okay, never mind. So, oh, okay.
They have a. I mean, they have a Pharaoh initiation, and they have a.
It's probably gonna be for the Legion side. It's gonna be a roaming Magnus with Pharaoh Suicide, or on a long lane, and for a second with Icor. And
Yeah.
it's by instance the Pebbles is gonna be 100% mid.
Okay, so we're gonna we already have the lanes that are probably gonna. I mean, that makes sense. The Icar's the support, so obviously it's gonna go with the carry. I don't see really. I mean, Magnus can. I think maybe Magnus can go mid. I'm still going off of like information from like 6 years ago here.
No.
Pebbles, I think, is the best.
Salomon. Okay, they randomed.
Okay.
I think we're gonna see a remake.
Do we
probably, and they're gonna say what hero they're gonna pick. Moira.
Oh, okay, we can see that. I mean, I was thinking maybe they wanted the extra gold from the random, you know. Maybe that's
Yeah. No. Yeah.
No,
I think they were just overthinking about it and they didn't watch the timer. And
yeah,
you know, it happens.
All right. Yeah. So we're just gonna see the remake. We're gonna join the match back. We're gonna start it up real quick. I don't think we need to go on a break here. We just have to start again. All right. Okay. So we saw the picks. The last pick was a Moira.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So what? Moira. I don't see Moira very often. So what? Like. Moira, is her like role to be more like roaming? Is what she's supposed to do? What is a Moira supposed to do in FOC?
In FOC, it's pretty much a counter ganking hero with the ulti. So we're gonna see a lot of fights where Moira just ultis a Soul Reaper when they're going for him. So his teammates have time to come back into the fight and try to turn around the fight, basically.
Okay, that makes sense.
In that position, Moira, it's gonna be like support for maybe Corrupted Disciple, because Corrupted Disciple is just gonna use his conduit, the W, and just run after the hero so they don't escape.
Oh, yeah, and if it is against the Pharaoh, that could be pretty good. Could get a few picks.
It's gonna be hard to keep up with Moira because the Legion side have really good picks.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Icar. I mean, definitely is gonna do some pretty good plays with that. I mean, I just don't think they're gonna the Hellborn's gonna be able to kill the carry just because the Icar's there. You know, Icar can just basically just like he's able to put enough pressure usually and just kind of just survive at the same time.
So we're probably gonna see a really slow paced game by watching their picks. I think the Hell Legion side has more potential of going more aggressive than the Hellborn.
Okay.
I think Hellborn is gonna play this really smart and don't lose any fights. But we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, games can go either way, really. It depends what... Because that's what we expect, but sometimes you don't want to do what people expect. You want to do something a bit different just so that you can maybe get an advantage from doing that. So,
that is true. But I think we're gonna see like a Soul Reaper with Monarch top. And I don't know if they're gonna run double mid. I'm not sure, but I don't think so. I think they're gonna.
Might see a double mid, might not. We're gonna.
If it's double mid, it's gonna be Moira with Corrupted probably. But they can shift. It's either Moira or Monarch mid. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But probably you want the Monarch with the Soul Reaper.
Yeah, because I mean, Monarch's a bit more of a support.
Mhm.
Moira probably can also survive a bit more. Maybe even get a pick. That stun and that mana drain still do still do damage. So
Mhm.
they're not weak abilities. So we'll see. Again,
I'm actually curious. So are they gonna lane?
yeah. I think that's gonna decide a bit more how we see the game is
Yeah.
who goes in what lane.
Yeah, the Moira hero is just the least picked hero. We don't see it really often in tourneys.
Okay. Is it because she's like weak? Is that like or considered at least weak by for like higher member games?
It's not that it's weak. I think it's just that in the lane you're gonna push a little bit when you use your Q.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah, okay.
damage the creeps as well.
Yeah, it's not like Monarch or something which has just a single target. I'm hitting one person, so it doesn't really affect the lane control.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. So, it's yeah, okay. You have a stun that's not like, well, it's not super unreliable, but it's not the most reliable stun either. Plus, it always hits a creep.
Yeah,
And
and basically you can outrun. If you just keep distance from Moira, you're never gonna get stunned, basically.
yeah, because
But later on in the late game, Moira can be really, really good.
oh yeah, because she can go into a fight without actually being in a fight, so you don't really take any risk
Yeah.
to yourself, and then still to use all your abilities and be really annoying or secure a lot of kills.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm starting to understand. I'm starting to get to get good.
Oh, it's based on experience and
Yeah.
you see how they play.
Right. Yeah. Excited. We do have a pause here. Okay, so we've been talking about Hellborn picks a bit more. I want to see Legion picks a bit. So you said Pharaoh on the Pharaoh suicide, which means like he's gonna be alone in his lane uh, against
Yeah.
the support and the carry.
Yeah, but he's
Um,
basically gonna be thrown under the bus. Let's
yeah.
say,
Okay.
let's say like
Yeah,
that.
because I, I I I don't know. I'm still going off of very back when I was a bit younger and didn't play HoN as much, and I played FOC. I feel like Pharaoh doesn't have any escape. So, how is he supposed to stay alive?
With Pharaoh, you don't really have escape. You just press mummy wall, and you try to run away.
Okay.
That's the only escape mechanism from. Oh, we see Moira ported bottom end. Oh, he easily counterworded.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty good for Hellborn right
Okay,
there.
so looks like I got the lanes right.
Yeah.
Basically,
You have Wing Magnus, Icarus, FA, Moira. I think except Kraken is mid. We see Moira with Corrupted, Monarch.
Oh.
You did get the Soul Reaper top. You did call that out with the.
I was just wondering how are they gonna lane with Corrupted and Moira where. So it's probably gonna be. Looks like it's like a roaming Magnus tri lane.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is good. They're gonna shut down the bottom lane, but
Right. So
it's
so as long as they
gonna.
play well, they're guaranteed like they're like that lane's gonna do well as long as they like play like as expected. Basically, is what I'm getting. All right. Okay.
I think
so,
this game is the most gonna be around mid. This is where the
Okay.
action is gonna happen, and bottom as well, because we're gonna see like a Magnus going a lot mid and bottom as well.
Yeah. Trying to get picks, trying to put pressure on both those lanes so that person his team can get the farm.
Yep.
Yeah, Pharaoh was just gonna be suffering for a while. I can see. He's being pushed back by the monarch.
Yep. There's nothing you can do as a Pharaoh there.
Nope, not really. He's still managing to get XP.
Oh, bottom lane. They're going for Moira.
They're going after Moira. Are they gonna get the pick? Yes, they are. Excellent stun from Magnus, managing to just get that pick. And Icar's just harassing the corrupted disciple, making sure he backs off, that he can't get more farm, and that they can pick him a bit later. That was great. It was great. That's exactly what I want to see from roaming Magnus, from what I can see. He's just there, just stays back, and whenever there's a pick, he just tries to get it.
That's gonna be his job. Take over the room's bottom. Stack, pull, get level 3, so he can roam around, get his striders.
Okay. Right, so this is really gonna be a difficult lane for Hellborn bot lane. It's gonna be. I don't know how they're gonna manage to actually do something here. That Trident's gonna be hard to fight against.
Yeah, you really can't without the pull camp. It's really hard.
Oh, if we go mid, Pebbles is getting it's getting a bit roughed up by the Kraken. I don't think Kraken has a way to kill the Pebbles just yet. Except if Moira. I think Moira's trying to get the flank here. We're gonna see. Okay, Mistletoe gets the stun off. Moira gets the stun. Kraken gets the stun. Okay, is he gonna get him? He's just one hit away. But he's just a bit too slow. He's probably not.
He has Q. He has Q. He has Q. He just needs vision.
Okay. Oh. There, does even need it. All he needs is just a right click.
Yep, really good rotation by Moira.
Yep. See, Magnus is there, but I don't know. I think he'll be able to do much. Yep. Yeah, I mean, we can see Moira saw that there's no use trying to compete.
I think Pharaoh is gonna die.
And Pharaoh is dead. I mean, that is to be expected. It's going to be a rough lane for him. It looks like they're trying to push top lane just a bit, trying to get more, which I think they should. I think right now, since top lane is really weak, they should just keep trying to put pressure, keep trying to get that tower down as fast as possible. Right now, Moira's went back to bottom lane. But yeah, as I was saying, Corrupted here is just, he's just... And I feel like Moira's probably going to be roaming a lot more, probably going to leave Corrupted to be on his own a bit more, since there's no use, I feel like, Moira trying to defend, trying to support the Corrupted here, because they're just both going to die. Oh. See the Icar going in. Forsaken stun going to go out. Are they going to get the kill on the Corrupted? Ooh, they're not. Nice stun from the Moira.
Yep, so basically on that lane, Moira is just gonna try to save Corrupted when they go for him. Because basically Moira Q can stun 4 people. So
yeah. So you need to bring a lot of people to actually stop Moira. You see Magnus trying to come in from behind the tower.
Well, they think Corrupted didn't go base probably, or maybe they're trying to kill Moira here.
Yeah. So the Magnus sees the Moira, but I think the Moira knows something's up because she's just backing up.
Yeah.
But they're going right after the Moira. Got the stun. Got the crippling volley. Forsaken gets the pick, and I think Corrupted's gonna fall here because he's just on his own. He's just there on his own. They don't even get the pick, the counter pick on the Icar. This is looking a bit rough for bot lane. I really don't know. I feel like the team needs to have a solution to this, because the FA is just getting more fed. More and more fed, and at some point they're not going to be able to do anything. Do you think that's accurate? Do you think they should... Do you think it's that much of a problem right now?
I don't think they have a solution right now. I think they're just gonna try to keep Magnus and Icor bottom so they don't go mid or top. So Reaper can just farm in peace.
Okay. So this,
as you can,
go ahead.
as you can see in the, you're gonna see Monarch stack a lot in the jungle. And Sorreeper is gonna go immediately there when he's like level 7, and he's gonna get like a really big spike in the farm.
Okay. Yeah, because all his abilities seem like just would be about just like being able to just use Q and then get money off, not money, mana off of his E right after.
Yeah.
You can just keep farming.
Keep farming, really... getting mana, and then it's just on repeat mode.
Yeah, just keep doing that over and over, and you get a bunch of.
Yep. Okay, so we see Magnus and Pebbles going bottom.
Magnus has the Invis rune. He's corrupted. Does not actually know what the Magnus is. You can probably guess because he's missing. Right, he's not there. He's probably close by. So he's just standing back. He doesn't want to. He knows he's gonna get got if he tries to go in. Moira is Roman. She's trying to go top. I'm not sure if going top is right here, but you know, I'm not the expert here. I'm a mid-wars player, so.
Basically mid, it's not that easy to gank. Like it's a Pebbles, but Pharaoh it's actually level 6. That's not really bad.
That is pretty good from someone who's basically.
Oh, they're gonna
mess
with up.
In. Moira's there. So they get a stun off of the stun off Monarch. As soon as that happens, can't do anything. There's 4 people. But still, they Sorreeper managed to get away, which is still, I feel like a pretty good, pretty good from him. They only got 1 pick. All of them had to TP. They do get the deny, which isn't optimal, but still, that means top lane did get that tower in the end.
That was really good coming from Legion's side, but I think Hellborn side did a mistake there. Monarch W'd Soul Reaper in the tower range, and he was getting hit by it. And Pharaoh saw the opportunity and just went for him.
Yeah, and I mean the good follow-up from the team. As soon as he had something, instantly everyone's TPing in. You saw, like basically the second the wall of mummies went up, everyone just TP'd in.
Yep.
And that got it. It's pretty good. Let's see. Effie, I think is going to try to get Magnus. Corrupted sees that, TP's out. Right now, that Soul Reaper is still like level 8. We can see he doesn't have the most that much. Okay, no, he has a good amount of GPM. We can see FA though is still by far the one with the most GPM, just still farming, trying to hit that point where she can kind of just solo the entire team basically.
Yeah, basically what we're gonna see, like the Pebbles getting a PK and then in the woods, and then we're just gonna see like a roaming Pebbles trying to get some pickoffs. Probably don't Corrupted or Moira.
I mean, that's pretty similar to Newerth. Pebbles, he's good when before he gets PK, but as soon as he gets PK, it's kind of a big turning point for him. He gets to just keep jumping in and getting these really good initiatives.
Top lane.
We can see Pharaoh getting the Soul Reaper trapped in the wall. Did he go a bit too early? Because right now he's getting stunned, he's getting hit. However, Pebbles has the haste rune. They're going in. Monarch tried to help the your teammates right there. Did not work. Monarch's, I think, gonna go down right here. Yep, gets hit. Did not manage to get the combo kill. Oh, what a nice stun from Magnus, managing to hit 2 people at once. Yeah, so what do you think about this this engagement right here?
This engagement was perfect, made by Pharaoh. It was almost similar to the last engagement from the Pharaoh. As you saw, Pharaoh ult is in, Mummy as well. His team has like 4 TPs, get ready to engage, and it was perfect. But right there, Legion got a little bit lucky with the Conger stun on the Soul Reaper, sorry, which really made him like easily to kill Soul Reaper.
Yeah, and we saw the Conqueror was also hitting some of the Hellborn heroes there a few times. He stunned one, hit some others. and the Hellborn didn't get any. They didn't get denied by Concord. They didn't get the neutral kill, which isn't that great, but you know, still amazing. Like you said, amazing initiation from Pharaoh.
From Pharaoh, yeah.
Yeah,
Right now.
For a second, I thought he had done it too early, but no, he lived. So
Who? I'm sorry.
I thought Pharaoh did his initiation a bit too early, but no, he did it like perfectly timed.
Oh yeah. The only downside to that fight was Forsaken dying that fight, unfortunately, to Kraken.
Yeah, that is true. They do want to keep him alive as much as possible.
But we do see an early PK by Pebbles, which ports bottom, well rotted.
And he dusted.
So we're probably gonna see like a push tower here. And
Reaper's still farming. As you said, he's just getting those neutral creeps.
So we're probably gonna see an initiation here made by Pebbles. Oh,
they're
touching each other.
They both touch each other. They just don't know that any of them are there.
He gets a haste. So we're probably gonna see fight bottom if Airborne side decides to defend the bottom tower. But I think Hellborn side is okay with the trade. Oh, they're porting them, right? Okay.
Trying to defend the tower.
So we should be ready for a bottom fight. We see Kraken trying to engage.
Going in. The teams are going in. Oh, with a nice stun on the Kraken and getting two of them. Right, they're chasing and trying to get that FA. FA's trying to TP out. Are they going to see what she's doing? They do not see her, so she's out. But Pebbles goes in, tries to gets the pick on the Monarch. And then manages to just run away with that haste rune.
Yeah, he decided to be greedy with that haste, which is super okay if he lives, which he did a good job killing Monarch. And I think
works.
Yeah, I think with that kill they just stopped the push bottom.
I think that was a really good pick to get, because you just made him immediately back off, which means they're probably not going to get a tower. And if they do, it's going to be right now with Newerth.
Yeah, I think that was okay from Legion side. It was only Icor and, if I'm not mistaken, Magnus died in that fight. Which is pretty okay.
Yeah, Magnus is kind of the guy that was supposed to. They kind of want the Valley Maker is also the tank, and the tank and the support. So I think those two dying is probably the best. It's better than the FA or even the Pebbles.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, we're gonna see an engagement top. Magnus goes for Reaper, getting loaded.
Yep. Oh, but Magnus I think is gonna fall here. It's gonna hit by tower. Yep, there he goes. Oh, Pharaoh misses his wall of one on the Kraken, but he still manages to get him in the wall. And he gets the pick at the end. FA's helping the push. I think Corrupted here is bot lane is trying to get that tower. Also trying to get farm. Trying to desperately get back his GPM just to be able to buy better items and help the carry. Help carry his team. See the initiation right now. Monarch manages to protect herself. Wall Mummies goes down. Oh, Moira ult stops it, but she's gonna go down. They're trying to heal her, trying to live, and they survive. Icar does fall there by the tower. Pharaoh lives, and more importantly, Pebbles and FA stay alive. So those two are still farming. They did not die. They're getting the picks.
That was a really interesting fight.
Yeah.
It started awkward with Pebbles trying to stun both Monarch and Soul Reaper.
Yeah.
He missed the stun, but Moira being there almost saved him. But it's just too hard to get out of Pharaoh. Forsaken volley. It's really hard.
It was a bit too late. I mean, Monarch did try to I don't think the Hellborn side is like mechanically playing badly. Like I saw Monarch manage to use her Chrysalis just as soon as she got chucked, mitigated a lot of damage. But here bottom, we're gonna see a fight. Forsaken got caught. Is she gonna go down? Yes, she is going to go down. Cryptid keeps chasing the Pharaoh, and Pebbles gets the pick on the Kraken. Cryptid backs off, doesn't try to keep chasing the Pharaoh. He probably can't get him. Nice follow by the Pebbles. Pebbles been doing pretty good. He just, even when he loses a fight, he still just shows up at the end and gets a pick. He's always finding a good opportunity to get picks, which is good. That's, I think, what Pebbles should be doing.
Yeah. But their Forsaken died, which is not helping them.
Yeah, that was bad for Legion.
Because what you wanna do is protect your Forsaken until she gets Shrunken Head, so she can sustain the fight.
Yep. And I think she's getting pretty close to that Shrunken Head. So I think 1,000 off from it. And she does seem to be going that item. She didn't get Abyssal Skull. What do you think about the Abyssal Skull?
Abyssal Skull is at the moment the best lifesteal item.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it gives you base damage and armor as well. It's 15% lifesteal, which is the same as Whispering Helm, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay.
So right now it's more cheap. It can get upgraded to Sinners, which is really good.
Yeah, utility item.
The base damage is just about everything about that.
Yeah.
If you upgrade it to Sinners, it's 20% base damage, which is huge.
Yeah, that is insane.
Which is huge, yeah.
Especially if you go, instead of going straight down, you go with stab items. Which is exactly what FA wants.
Oh, bottom lane.
There it is. Kraken gets the initiation, gets the ult off on the Iker and the FA. But the FA manages to get her ult off, and Iker protects the FA, so she's fine. Pharaoh manages to block them up. I think he still might get picked right there. Yep, I wonder if there's going to be more initiation from the Legion side. Yes, they managed to get the corrupted. Pebble goes in, but Moira manages to stop the initiation with her ult. Oh, Magnus doesn't manage to get his ult off, and they get the DFA. And Pebbles, I think, is also going to fall right here. He's trying to juke, but I don't think it's worth it. Oh, maybe? No.
Oh my god!
Or maybe not. He might get it. He might be able to get out. And he gets a what a play. I didn't think he was going to do that. What a play.
That was huge.
Yeah.
He activated his inner Sunk Bob, and he managed to escape.
Yeah, great use of Hatchet, great use of PK, and the trees right there. Managed to get out of the way. TP at the right place just so that they can't see him and they can't get that last auto attack on him.
Yep, that was a really great play, but it's not gonna last long because as you can see, we see a Sword of the High on the Soul Reaper, which is probably a mock.
You sure it's not gonna be the other item?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see a mock on Soul Reaper pretty soon, and that's not gonna let them do those kind of plays. It's gonna keep canceling the PKs in the fight, which is also gonna boost his farm a lot. Yeah, but that fight, Moira was the MVP with that ulti.
Yeah, we saw it. Like as you said, Moira early game wasn't doing did some good work. Don't get me wrong, but wasn't doing insane work. But late game, it's just I can just ult and just turn fights constantly.
If you think about it, if Moira has a big ulti on let's say by absurd 5 people, Kraken can just ulti in the middle of the Moira ulti.
Yeah, and
it's a really great setup skill for fights, but also a good. Oh, we're gonna see a fight mid.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe we're getting set up.
I think they're planning on taking Conquer.
Yeah, we want to get Conquer first.
The Legion, they're not sure. They're not sure they're doing this.
Yeah.
But they're team smoked right now.
They're smoked. Are they gonna know what they're doing? I think they're trying to get it. Can't see Magnus. I think Magnus is trying to go in. Not fast enough, but Magnus gets himself on the Monarch. Pharaoh. Oh, he tries to get the Moira up. Does not get anyone instead. FA puts down the ult. Is just stuck in that Kraken ult. Just keeps trying to auto attack, but she's getting stunned. She's getting shut down. Pharaoh, same thing. He's getting shut down. Can't do anything. Magnus get a pick on the Monarch, but unfortunately falls right after. Iker lives, but that's the only person on this team that lives. Yeah, I think, I mean, I can see the Hellborn are doing a really good job shutting down the FA.
Yeah, Kraken he's been using the ultis on Forsaken like, almost all of the time, which is his job. Good job, Kraken.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, you know. But, yeah, I mean, we saw a pretty decent initiation. I mean, the Magnus tried to initiate there, but I just don't think he managed to hit the right person. Also, it was right after the Kongor got hit. I'm not sure what you think. Do you think that was a fight that was worth taking after the Kongor got picked? Should they just try to run away after?
I think it was basically too late for the Legion to go back. They had no vision around Kongor. They didn't know how what was the Kongor's HP state. And, they just took a gamble.
Yeah, and they were a bit too late. Okay. Oh. See, in bot lane we see there's 4 of them. I think we're gonna try to get some picks back. Oh, the Moira and the Corrupted don't see them, so I think we might see a pick match. He gets the stun. FA puts her all down. Crippling volley. That guy just dies and just nothing he can do. Moira does the smart move and just TPs her.
Yeah, that was the right call for Moira. It's just keep the ulti for now.
Yeah.
Keep the ulti. I'm dead already. Don't save me.
Yeah.
Probably that's what Corrupted said.
Yeah. There's nothing. Even if she put down the, even if she did her abilities perfectly, Corrupted was still dead. There's nothing he could have done.
Oh yeah, that was just delaying his death. It didn't matter. We're probably gonna see a Behemoth's Heart though on Soul Reaper, which is that's the main build on on Soul Reaper on Loner Tier or Thailand. Oh, Kraken.
Pharaoh is going with, I mean, Kraken trying to get the initial, got the initial on the Pharaoh and just picks him. Pretty good initiation. That PK we can really see just doing work on, even on the Pebbles too. PK is just such a good item. TPing, getting the initiation, which makes the carries just able to stay alive.
So we're seeing Hellborn gaining advantage slowly but steady from Legion side.
So yeah, I can see that equal kills, but clearly Hellborn has more money, more XP, more farm. So what do you think Legion should be doing right now? What do you think their plan should be to try to flip this game around? Because right now I can see that Hellborn seems to be the ones winning.
Yeah, the Hellborn has the advantage right now because they're really strong together and they have a really good good timing. It's gonna be hard for Legion because I don't see them winning a fight 5 versus 5 right now. So probably we're gonna see a lot of trying to split push and try to get some pickups on the Legion side. But as you can see, they're running S5 Hellborn side, which is really smart. They don't let them the chance to get a pickup.
Yeah, there's no one farming on his own getting picked. Because they know that's exactly what the... But Pebbles gets the initiation, does the chuck stuns 2 people. Are they going to get their corrupted man just to run away here? Kraken counter initiates, gets the FA, gets the Iker. Is FA going to fall here? Yes, she is. Pebbles TP's away. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you just said. Basically just shows what you just said. The Legion just can't win a fight if they initiate. They just can't. They tried. That was a good initiation, don't get me wrong. I think Pebbles did really good. But they just don't have the damage. They just don't have the farm to really compete right now in deep fights.
No, basically what Legion wants is to pick off and Monarch not be around.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the only way for the Legion to try to do something. Because right now they're like pushed to the wall. They're gonna sit around their side.
Yeah, they need to do something that's gonna turn this game. Because right now the Hellborn is just. I mean, they're playing really smart. I'm not gonna say it's over right now. That's up to the teams to decide if we think it's over. No, what we see, Kraken gets the initiation on the Magnus.
Why
Just
can't
so strong.
we be friends?
I think they're gonna might try to push top lane, get the barracks. Others manages to get the push, bot lane. I'm trying to delay just enough time. They won't have the Magnus for this fight, so they're gonna. I don't know if they're actually fighting the Magnus, or they're really waiting for the Magnus.
No, I don't think they're gonna fight without Magnus. Probably they're gonna go like when he's maybe close to survive to respawning. But
FA's trying to show up later right now. You can see she dusted. She's just standing back.
oh, we see Pebbles and Forsaken really behind. They're gonna go for the Monarch.
Yep. Oh, are they gonna get the Monarch? No, Moira managed to save her. They're still gonna try the Monarch. Unless she gets saved just like that. FA though, Kraken's just on her, can't do anything. Kraken's just getting away too strong. When he gets picked by the Pebbles, he comes right back.
พี่บอกตรงๆนี่มันทางของพี่เด็กๆไปน้อง
April falls here. I think, yeah, they're gonna keep pushing. They got the wraps. That's a pretty. I feel like Legion didn't really manage to do a good defend very well here. They didn't stop the push, even if they did get the carry and the mono.
Yeah. This is really hard for Legion to like take the fights on, because if you look at the Hellborn side heroes, it's almost impossible to like control the fight.
Yeah.
As you saw, they go for the Monarch, Moira is there, and I think if they went for the Moira, Monarch would be there.
They need to get both of them at the same time, but
yes, I think that's the most optimal scenario you could have.
Which, really, I think the only person that could actually make that play happen would be Pebbles, because Monarch and Moira they're never grouped up. They're never going to group up. They need the Pebbles to use his chuck to group them up together so they can get the pick here.
Mm-hmm.
This is on Pebbles to see if they're going to get this. However, we can't discount the Kraken always just shows up and just beats up the
Yeah, so we're gonna see a push on the bottom lane, and I'm actually curious how are they gonna respond to that, because Soul Reaper has really tanky items, and he's gonna be like super in front. He's not gonna care about being hit.
Yeah, I think once he gets that Frost Field, he has a bunch of armor, and he can just make FA just barely do any damage with the rocket with that. Kraken gets damage on the Pharaoh, and just like that. It's basically having a hook with the Kraken.
What not a lot of people know about Frostfield, it also slows down the attack.
Yeah.
It's 30% attack slow on the frost field, which makes Forsaken attack kind of slow.
Yeah, it's
Gonna help a lot in
what is
fights.
calculated. So I think it's a total like 40% if you use the its ability that it does for attack speed slow, which means that most carries, even agility carries, just shoot like once every 2 seconds for a bit. It really cuts down their damage.
Yep.
It's I think most initiators or anyone that can stay in a fight usually like at least in mid wars usually you want to go. It's just too good of an item. We can see the dust. They're getting in. They're trying to get, but Moira just saved her. Feral counter initiates right now on the Moira. He's trying to get her down. They're not able to get the kids. They're just being supported. I mean, you can see Monarch here. There's a little. They're trying to get him. Magnus and Feral, but they're just not able to kill her. She's just unkillable. Hellbows doesn't get the pick. Without just one shot would be enough, but it wasn't. And there is the CC. So the win goes to the Hellborn side. Also for Lunar Tier. So what were your overall thoughts about this game? Like what did the teams do well? What did the teams do bad?
I think Hellborn side did a pretty good job on having Moira. Moira just moved around mid, stayed a little bit bottom just to keep the Magnus there. He did a good job. I think the Legion side, they were kind of on a timer, but they couldn't really save the Forsaken. I don't think they had the right tools to save the Forsaken.
Yeah.
Maybe
So
Nandro was better.
Yeah, to do the swap. So you think what really decided the game was that Hellborn had basically 2 characters that could just save the carries or whoever was getting dived on?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to see. We saw, because Legion, if you remember early game, was, I think, doing way better. But as soon as he started trying to do those team fights, right, they just weren't able to keep up. Hellborn just, as you said, just had better tools to be in team fights and to counter initiate.
Yeah, I think they were on a timer because the Legion side was one core. That's like Forsaken and Pebbles, and the Hellborn side had Kraken, Corrupted Disciple, and Soul Reaper in the same time.
Yeah. I mean, that was a pretty good game for quarterfinals. So yeah, and we're gonna go on break here, getting ready for the next game, which we're gonna go on to the semifinals, if I'm correct. And see you guys in a bit. We're taking just a small break. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have another exciting game here. I believe the winner bracket semifinals of Lunar Tier versus Noah Sky Crew. My name is Dajonich, as hopefully some of you might know, and I am joined by Nicholas here today. Nicholas, thank you so much, man. Welcome.
Right. Well, I mean, thank you for being here with me. You know, like I said before, I need to get carried here because I'm a mid-wars noob. You know, so chat. If you want to call me 1400, it's fine. I understand. I'm not gonna
So
take
we
it
call
personally.
everyone today anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
That's true.
Anyway, so you've seen at least one of these two teams in action last game, right?
Yep, Lunar Tier.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was pretty impressed with Lunar Tier. I think the way they managed to really hold on, because they were in a disadvantage early game, but later they just had the heroes, such as with the Monarch and the Moira, and they just managed to just stay alive, just keep fighting back, winning team fights. So I'm pretty excited to see them play again. But I don't really know the other team, FOC team that I haven't seen before. So I mean, maybe you know about them. So I don't know what your thoughts on the players. And the team.
Yeah, I've actually scrimmed against them recently, and I've seen them play a couple of times before. I believe Kolik is the carry player, that's the pink guy on the Hellborn side here.
Okay.
And he's been very dominant in the last tournament where he performed very well, actually. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't know if he's playing with the same team as he played back then. I'm going to say probably not. Because I don't recognize like all the names that he's playing with here. But yeah, it was definitely like very impressive to watch. They did some very fun and unique strategies for sure.
Okay.
But the funny thing is, I was talking a little bit with like I was scrimming for Vulka and Eston and those guys.
Okay.
I don't really know what their team is called right now, but I asked them out of curiosity, like, hey, how have the Thai teams been playing, and like, you know, has there been any changes? And they said that the Thai teams have actually been practicing and maybe also preparing a little bit for the strategies that are more present in like the European side of the game, which is very interesting, of course, because we only, or at least like I only interact with the European and NA side.
Yeah.
And they of course have been taking efforts into preparing for the Thai players. But very much in the opposite way, we've also seen that the Thai players are preparing to deal with European teams who have also been, quite, dominant in these tournaments.
Okay.
They've at least been very competitive in these tournaments.
Yeah.
But for now, we see the picks. We have Nymphora, Calamity, and Pestilence on the Legion side, and Bubbles and Kraken on the Hellborn side. Now, I know that's Bubbles is specifically like a hero that is almost never really picked up in European brackets, but is very popular in the Thai brackets. And it has been working out like surprisingly well, I was saying.
Okay, so yeah, so you're also because you play a European. You don't really like, you don't see the Bubbles often like yourself probably getting picked. So okay. Yeah, I mean, because in Mid Wars, every time he's picked by a good player, he's very, very strong. He's able to do a lot of initiation, a lot of harassment, and he just has a lot of mobility, and his take cover ability is just such a good ability to be able to either PK out or just run away, because it gives you a good amount of breathing room.
Yeah, I can imagine that like this thing that I didn't really realize too much until I actually looked into it. There isn't that much silence in the game. If you look at like heroes that actually silence, you have Vindicator, of course. You got something like Blood Hunter, Dark Lady, but Dark Lady is of course not really a hero that's picked very often.
No,
but Bubbles is one of the few that actually has like a good and long silence with that 3.5 seconds silence on his W. So I think that might honestly be one of the factors that make Bubble such a powerful hero. The fact that it's a very fast ability, a fast silence. And actually, I think it even got increased by like half a second per level, like a couple of months ago.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm more like interested to see like how they lane the Pestilence, because Pestilence is a hero that's of course very strong with that ultimate.
Yeah.
The minus armor is insane if you
combos
get
very
it
well
on the
with
target.
combos very well with the Calamity.
Yeah, of course. Calamity is not really the strongest physical damage presence, but
Yeah.
of course that E always does do some physical damage.
Yeah.
But the Pestilence usually is quite a weak laner, because it doesn't really have good base stats. To hit the stun of the Pestilence, you need to get close, and the flight usually is not actually enough to get close to the enemy targets in the early game. At least not before you get stunned or
You need to
locked down.
level it up to get that range up. And
Exactly, yeah. But you also want like 1 point in your E, so you can start shooting creeps at the enemies.
Okay.
Which of course it's a fun ability to play with.
Yeah.
But usually what I notice is like it's in theory it's good that you can shoot creeps at the enemies, but that's only like possible if you can actually hit the creeps.
Yeah.
And usually when you lane Pestilence, you're just gonna get boxed out of the lane so much that you don't really get the opportunity to last it.
Yeah, because he's very easy to zone out. And if he does try to use his flight to use his stun, then he doesn't have his flight to run away. So
yeah, and also like a lot of other heroes that kind of get in your face in the laning phase, such as, for example, Lodestone on the Hellborn side here. Lodestone has 25 starting strength.
yeah,
Pestilence only has 21. No, it's just about the same as Rhapsody.
which is all that's less HP. That's like around like 100 less HP or something.
Yeah, it is significant. Like the difference between 600 and 500 is numerically wise, it doesn't really sound that much. But percentage wise, it's quite significant.
Yeah, and it's enough to survive like one more like ability for the early game.
Absolutely, yeah. For now, we see Rhapsody and Corrupted Disciple being picked up on the Hellborn side here. A little bit of physical presence, of course, coming from the Corrupted Disciple with both the ultimate and the W. And notably, I think they can run a tri-lane, which is, of course... Oh, they did actually last game?
I'm not sure if... I don't think it wasn't Lunatic, but it was the other team that we're fighting against.
Oh, yeah. The Magmus, Forsaken Archer, Iker.
Yep. They tri-lane. It worked really well. Like, that's one of the reasons they did really well early game, was because of that tri-lane.
So, tri-lanes, I believe they haven't really been popular in Thailand. Okay. I like most type teams that I've seen, they like to run dual lanes, so 2-on-2. Okay. And tri-lane specifically is very strong against a dual lane, because if you just look at it very simple, if you run a tri-lane, you're only suffering with one player, the one that's solo, while the enemy team is suffering with two players. The dual lane there. So they only get farm on 3 players, and you get farm on 4 players.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very simple and like simplified analysis, but it holds up to some degree.
If you put it like that, it works. And so basically, it makes so that the one person that's alone, his goal is just to not die, basically, right? It's
just get XP.
Try to stay alive. Try to get XP. And as soon as like you have an opportunity, just like go try to like flank mid or something. Go do something.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like the tri-lane would probably be something like Corrupted, which is of course very strong in a tri-lane with that Q ability. The Electric Tide actually doing 150 damage level 1. And then something like... They could run Pestilence and... No, it has to be a sword in 4 plus Rhapsody then.
Yeah.
But I think more likely is that they run 2-on-2s. because I don't really think you want to run Pestilence and Calamity in the solo lanes, because one of them is going to suffer and be very useless throughout the mid game.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, that makes sense. I think one thing about Legion side that I'm kind of surprised is they don't have like an actual tank, right? Like I know Corrupted can build like a bit tanky, but the other here, like they don't have a tank. Instead, they have 2 supports, 2 carries, and Initiator with Pestilence. Is that like normal, like to have that in FOC?
Like you don't really need a tank to that degree. Like sometimes you need a frontliner. Which is sometimes someone that can soak a bit of damage or like a bit of spells, but it's definitely not something that you 100% need.
Okay.
For like if you really want, it's like let's say like you have a tricore, so 3 people that are that scale well into the late game.
Okay.
You only really you just need to get the jump usually, and they don't have an obvious target to go for, the enemies. So they don't really have like one guy that they need to lock down specifically. Like for example, if we look at Hellborn side versus Legion side here, Legion side is a lot more like a tricore, where you have Calamity, Pestilence, and Corrupted Disciple that are likely to get like decent farm. While the Hellborn side is a lot more like a solo core or a dual core, with Silhouettes and Kraken as the secondary core, basically.
Oh, okay.
So that means like if you, from like a tactics point of view, there isn't really an obvious target to go for on the Legion side here. It's not like one guy you need to lock down. Well, if the Legion side locks down the Silhouettes, a lot of the damage from the Hellborn side is just going to be gone.
Yeah.
If they get Shrunkens afterwards, they're fine.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I understand. And like, even if, let's say, they keep going after the Corrupted, right? Like, they keep focusing him down, Calamity's just gonna get farmed, right? Calamity's gonna be fine. And Calamity can solo carry this game if she gets fed enough. Same thing with Corrupted. They're both really, really strong carries. And meanwhile, like, Silhouette, like, you know, Silhouette's their only, like, real, like, full, like, carry.
Physical damage carry, I would say. Like, they, of course, do have, like, Lodestone and Kraken, which is, like, Lodestone, of course, amplifies the damage from your cores, and Kraken can do a lot of physical damage, but a lot of the damage from the Legion side still kind of, from the Hellborn side still kind of gets prevented by Shrunkens. And what is also important of these like kind of tri-cores is that you want heroes that are still very useful even if they get locked down. So if you look at Corrupted, let's say Corrupted gets locked down as 100 GPM. If he just gets a little bit tanky, his W is still going to do a lot in these team fights.
Yeah, if he manages to double either the Kraken or the Silhouette, it's still like you get a lot of value. It's still an incredible amount of value to even reduce by half a carry's damage.
Exactly. And the same thing with like Calamity, which of course does a lot of magic damage naturally with the dragons and the ultimate and the Q. And Pestilence with the ultimate, where he can still reduce the armor and basically amplify the damage from your other 2 cores. So for tricores, if you cannot have like a tricore with something like a Dark Lady that is completely useless when it gets locked down.
Or like a Tarot or something, someone that needs real items to do anything.
Exactly, yeah. But for now, they're gonna run a 2-1-2 lane with Kraken versus Pestilence in the mid lane. That is definitely like a lane that benefits the Kraken, or like that favors the Kraken a lot more.
Yeah. And
we have Calamity, Bubbles, bottom lane, and Rhapsody, Corrupted Disciple, top lane. If I look at like lane setups right now, top lane should probably be favored by Corrupted Disciple and Rhapsody. I'd say they have the stronger lane here. Although, of course, the Managed Shaman, if he gets like a good heal bomb.
It does a lot of damage. Oh, but right now I think no. Okay, they almost got the pick right on the Demented.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage actually. Yeah, I think that Q there coming out through with so much damage.
Yeah,
And actually,
it's
in bottom lane,
exactly-
oh sorry, we see Calamity going actually very low here by the Bubbles and Lodestone that's stunned, but they're turning out on the Bubbles. Bubbles is low HP, he doesn't have a shell serve, and he's going to fall there to the last hit from the Nymphoria. And Nymphoria now getting down the heal bomb. Lodestone is running for his life. His stun is on cooldown for so much longer. He does have a tier that is going to not be popped by him, but he is going to be fine here. But this, of course, the weakness of that Lodestone in the lane. His stun is 20 seconds cooldown level 1 and doesn't actually do that much damage. And if you don't burst down the Calamity, Calamity is just going to run you down with those dragons.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we saw here.
Those dragons, they don't on paper they don't seem like they do a lot of damage, but the cooldown is just so low you can just keep like spamming them over and over.
Yep.
And even when it is on, like, you don't have enough mana or it's on cooldown, dragons still do damage. It's not like they stop existing or...
Yep. And like it's the Bubbles is more a hero that wants to kind of keep poking at you and do you know, damage in increments. Not really, the Bubbles doesn't necessarily have like a lot of burst damage. And Calamity works so well against that. Because every time Bubbles goes in for like an auto take, like Calamity's gonna do 3 back.
Yeah. And Nymphoria also can just heal you, and you have unlimited mana with her. So there's no real, you can't out harass him, or you can't try to bring him.
It's important here that Nymphoria didn't actually level her mana yet, which I think is good.
Yeah.
Because the heal bomb is something that is just so strong. If you look at the actual number of the numbers of like how much damage and healing the heal bomb gives, it's 40 plus like 3 times 50 here, so 190 damage and healing.
Yeah, it's and it's since it's both like a heal and a damage, it's a bit like Demented, right? Demented
or like Jersey Q.
Yeah, it's like, well, you're not only heal, it's not just like more HP, it's also less HP for the enemy, so it ends up balancing a lot better.
Yeah, the weakness, of course, or the difficulty issues. Oh, sorry, we see the Bubbles actually going down. And Lodestone is also now in trouble. Lodestone is going to likely fall here. Yes, Lodestone falls to the last hit from the Calamity there. Calamity now 102. He's doing so very well in the bottom lane, and specifically also the Bubbles and the Lodestone only at 100 GPM each with so few last hits actually. It's really not looking that great for the Hellborn side here, because if I've been looking in the top lane actually, so as we see Lodestone rotating to the top lane, that's a stun on the Rhapsody. Rhapsody is going to take a lot of damage, but Corrupted Disciple turns it on the Shaman there, and also the Silhouette is going to fall. Corrupted Disciple doing so much damage there. The Q from the Corrupted Disciple just tearing through, but Kraken here comes in for the flank, and I think that Corrupted Disciple is not going to be able to survive this hasted Kraken. No, he is not. Kraken finishing the job there. Corrupted Disciple being sent back to the well. But I think that is a very good trade for the Hellborn side there, because it was a 2-for-2 trade with 4 people rotating from the Hellborn side.
Yeah,
that's insane. That's so good for them.
Yeah, it might seem like a good trade because you said 2-for-2, but just all the rotations. Pesty is just like right now he's just farming alone, which you don't want him to be farming alone. Just
and meanwhile, Bubbles taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane. Bubbles is going run for his life. The turtle is not going to be able to survive that. The dragon
is really struggling in this lane. Like I expected him to be able to like hold his own a bit more with his abilities, but no, he just keeps getting caught and just keeps dying over and over. He's probably gonna have to like...
Oh, and the top lane, sorry, as we see the Shaman fall once again, and Corrupted Disciples not done yet. He wants more, but no, he's not going to be able to with Lodestone now porting in. But of course, Lodestone doesn't have that much damage, and look at that, right? That is the power of the Q here. Yep. And oh, I just noticed something. Oh, that is unexpected to me, sorry. Corrupted Disciple not leveling his W.
Oh.
At all. That is unique for sure.
Okay, yeah, I would expect him to level that. It's such an insane mid lane. We're looking at Pesty. I think he might
Pestilence
get caught,
running for his life. Kraken trying to fight him. Pestilence is juking through the trees. Oh my god, beautiful.
Jukes, he's just doing so well. Lodestone just a bit too late. You can see him. He tried to help, but just needs to be a bit faster.
yeah, Lodestone really trying to find his like place in this game, and actually Corrupted Disciple and Rhapsody are going for the rune here. Lodestone stuns in, but I don't know if that was the best choice. There's no, okay, there is no manas yet for the Q on the Corrupted Disciple, so Lodestone is trying to maybe deny to creeps. No, he's not going to be able to. He probably needed to aggro the creeps first before he was able to deny himself there. But yeah, that was a very... He did deny the rune, of course, which is valuable in itself. But yeah, all in all, like they realized they needed to make rotations. Because bottom lane wasn't going well, top lane wasn't going well, mid lane was going kind of even. Actually, Kraken rotating to the bottom lane, but Kraken doesn't really have the setup stun that he needs there. And it's gonna be spotted by the Nymphora and the Calamity. Calamity and Nymphora porting top lane, and they get a turn on the Corrupted Disciple there, but now Calamity and Nymphora coming here for this flank. Rhapsody standing as ground, the Shaman is going to fall, the Silhouette is going to fall, Lodestone now all alone, running for his life. Lodestone going to fall to the Dragons there. And Kraken actually porting top, maybe trying to get something waiting for something to happen here, and he actually is going to hit the Kraken ultimate Calamity, but it's not enough damage, right? He knows that M4 is there, so even if like the Kraken goes for the Calamity there, they can just pop down like an heal bomb on top, and Calamity's gonna be fine.
Just keep hitting him and just burst him down. Calamity's getting pretty rich and basically only off of kills at this point. Just keeps killing the enemy over and over.
Silhouette! Look at this! Look at those dragons!
That was one cast of the E there. And
and Shaman now in a bit of trouble. Pestilence flying in, and the ultimate on top, of course, making the Shaman so very squishy. -3 armor in total, and Pestilence may be looking for something to happen here. Actually, there's 3 people from the Hellborn side collapsing on the Pestilence. Pestilence getting a haste rune. Pestilence is going to survive. He looked at the haste rune. He's bolting on out of there. But here comes the Bubbles. Bubbles with the ultimate. Pestilence is now in a bit of trouble. He's trying to survive. He's not going to be able to survive. The Calamity now here. He is a very overconfident, I would say, almost, because there's no mana on the Calamity. But he is just kind of poking around here now. 3 people from the Legion side here. The Lodestone and the Bubbles are going on the Calamity. Calamity is running for his life, but he's going to be able to survive for now. He's running into the heal bomb, healing him back up by the Nymphora, and that is 2 more kills for the Calamity. Calamity now on a 405 Ultimate Warrior streak. And that is a 500 GPM Calamity that you're not stopping.
Yep, I don't know how they're gonna stop her, because Nymphora is just kind of always being close and just like, oh, you're low health, I'm gonna heal bomb you. You're back to full health. All right.
Like, you want to get close to deal damage with Bubbles and Lodestone, but Calamity is like, you want to get close.
Yeah.
Sure, man. Have a taste of my dragons.
Yeah, and
right in the kisser.
Not just that, if you get close, well, then you have to take the damage from the heal bomb.
Exactly. Right? Oh, the Kraken actually missing his charge in the mid lane on the Pestilence there. Pestilence does have his steam boots, so he's honestly quite tanky with those steam boots there. But if like they get a bit of support there, Kraken is definitely going to be able to kill someone with that Kraken ultimate.
Yeah, we're gonna see top lane. They're trying to at least like do some damage to that tower. Yeah. But yeah, we can see the Demented and Silhouette are trying to counter push.
And this is also, I want to actually use Demented Shaman takes so much damage once again by 2 spells, and he's going to fall. Oh my god, he just got
it's too disgusting.
Yeah, he even has level 2 cape. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, no, because one cast of the E, we're gonna see like if he casts on Silhouette right there. Okay, no, he didn't.
Yeah.
Just.
And I've talked about this before, right? I think I mentioned it with Breaky, but the Calamity now gets 1 agility for every kill that she's a part of, more or less. It's the fast way of saying it. Yeah. And look at it, she already has 7 agility here. Yeah. And it's only going to increase, and Pestilence actually dodging the Kraken ultimate in the mid lane. There now is no charge or anything from the Kraken. Kraken is going to be fine, but he's of course sighted with those bugs on him before porting into the tower. And they want to make something happen here. The Rhapsody is going to get Lodestone some, but Lodestone is going to fall so fast there. Rhapsody is staying alive. Bubble's going to fall. Rhapsody is still alive. He's trying to deny the neutrals. Not going to be able to. Now Kraken trying to pour it out, but Bestland say, no, you stay here. Tremendous Shaman. 1 HP is going to be saved by the cape. And that is 3 deaths for the Hellborn side. Hellborn side trying to make something happen. But everyone in the Legion side is so tanky already.
They're all just so fat, just way too beefy.
Yeah, and like something like a Rhapsody, he just heals a lot, right?
Yeah, and Rhapsody, it's a thing that like people don't realize. It's not, since it's not like a burst at once, you don't think it's healing that much. But when you actually like calculate, it's a lot of damage.
Also in top lane we see the Silhouette fall, the Manic Shaman fall. They're just cleaning them up at the tower. And Silhouette without farm doesn't do that much.
She's one of those heroes that does need farm to do good.
Exactly, it's the solo core, the Dark Ladies, right? And I also love that they sent Corrupted to the bottom lane. I don't love that he still hasn't leveled his W yet. But
yeah.
So okay, so I can see. Oh wait, the Kraken called GG and left.
Oh.
I mean, I believe that this is indeed a bit of a dire situation for the Hellborn side.
Yeah.
But there's always a comeback opportunity.
Yeah.
But Kraken said no and left, I guess.
Kraken just said, you know, like it's over. I've died one too many times from. I've seen Demented get bursted down one too many times. I'm out.
Basically, he called us Team 1400s. Said a noob team.
Yeah. And
no, but
I'm supposed to be the 1400 here. Yeah.
Exactly. The Corrupted Disciple, like the Corrupted Disciple was suffering, right? And the Calamity was doing very well. So at that point, Bubbles actually getting jumped in the mid lane. Lodestone now coming in with the ultimate. That's a Lodestone ultimate. That means he's going to get so much damage on the Calamity. The Calamity, of course, being healed by Nymphora and by, I believe, that was the battery actually keeping him alive there. But yeah, Lodestone level 6. Does do a lot of damage, but not quite enough, unfortunately. And it is. Oh, actually, here comes Kraken. He's right back into the action. He says, "Wait, I'm not done yet." But so your Corrupted is suffering in the top lane. Your Calamity is doing well in the bottom lane. You can do 2 things at that point. Either you keep the Calamity in the bottom lane and keep farming him. Or you send Calamity into the dangerous lane and send Corrupted into the safe lane to recover a bit.
Okay.
And they chose the second.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, sorry. Calamity ultimate on the Bubbles. The Pestilence faked the W, actually, and Bubbles fell for it. The Turtle is going to fall. I feel like there's... you can make like a David Attenborough film about this. How dragons are the natural predator of the turtle.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. You can just see. Man,
Turtle dying so much, his species is going extinct here.
Calamity has 11 stacks of that agility right now. That's like more than a quick blade. So it's like having a free $1,000 item just on you.
And also like he has the Sitter's description right now. Yeah. Which means that like he gets 20% extra base damage.
Which does work.
Turtle goes in once again. Yeah, I think he's just having a bit of fun here. But it's come to Rhapsody ultimate. Rhapsody ultimate actually preventing a lot of damage, but he's not going to fall. Kraken ultimate missing the Rhapsody. Rhapsody running, and he's going to be fine. Pestilence, the stun, of course, having a very low cooldown, and that means that the Pestilence is going to be able to clean up the Hellborn team here. Hellborn now probably thrown in the towel, and that is understandable. If you look at like the gold deficits, it's 72% gold for the Legion side, 28% gold for the Hellborn side.
Yeah,
I haven't really seen anyone come back from this much of a deficit before.
And like Calamity has 800 GPM, and there's a CC.
Yep. Understandable. They say, you guys, you know, we got outdrafted, didn't do very well, but it's always the game 2, and they're counting on that. And of course, we have seen like a lot of comebacks in the recent series, so we definitely don't count them out just yet. But yeah, that was a fast game.
It's not a just because one game doesn't go very well doesn't mean the next game is gonna go poorly. a lot of time it's just picks, right? Could it be picks?
Yeah, exactly. So, learn from this and come back stronger with a better strategy, maybe. And hopefully they can make some adjustments within the lineup.
Yeah.
But for now, I think we are, unless you have some profound thing you want to mention still.
No. I'm not that profound. Unfortunately, I'm not that good.
It doesn't need to be HoN related.
No,
Any
I'm
kind of
gonna,
wisdom you want to share, don't eat yellow snow, maybe.
I mean, that is good. That's a pretty good one.
To be fair, Twitch chat does seem like the kind of people that would eat yellow snow, right?
I mean, yeah. I've looked at it a few times, and
I'm calling you out, Twitch chat. I know your games. Anyway, we are going to be right back with game number 2, guys. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back with the Paradise League. We have the semifinals, game number 2 of the winner bracket semifinal, I should say, with Noah Sky Crew in the Legion side versus a Lunar Tier in the Hellborn side. And of course, we saw Lunar Tier very dominantly knock out, or at least beat Sky Crew or Noah here. In a game number 1, it was a 50-minute game. And honestly, it was in large part just a good draft from Lunar Tier, I will say. That was a very well put together. But for now, guys, I am once again joined by Nicholas. And
Hello.
yeah,
All
that's
right.
him.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah, so I think they are definitely looking to do at least something different, right?
Yep.
I
want them. I want them to do the same thing that just happened to them, but just like to the right. I just want them to do the same thing. I want the same thing to happen, but the opposite teams. I want them to. I want them to come.
The other hero. Yeah.
Yeah, I want them to prove that they just didn't get stomped and just like that, and they're just gonna you know, want them to prove that they can do the same thing.
And we see the Calamity ban. I think they made clear. Okay, just the Calamity is such like an powerful tricore hero that does just so much damage. Yeah. And also it works really well against the bubbles, right? Mm-hmm. As we saw, because bubbles just wants to get pokes in every now and then. But the dragons just for so little mana does so much damage that they said the bubbles was no chance.
Yeah, it's just too strong of an ability for bubbles to handle. And we saw that. I have a question. I keep seeing Tundra banned. Like I think he's banned every game. For now, why? Like, what's the reason?
Okay, so Tundra, of course, is a very good hero, specifically in competitive, because of the bird. The birds, as games get more competitive, the value of information goes up. And the more information you have on the enemies, the more strategically you can play around the enemies. And on the topic of Tundra, Geomancer is for the very same reason a very powerful hero. Okay. The dig ability of the Geomancer gives information about the positioning of the enemies.
Okay.
And that means that you can make safe ganks. You can make like a lot of stuff happen. But besides that, that's more the theoretical aspect. Tundra is also just something that is very much a comfort pick for some of these players. I know that they've basically picked Tundra up every time it was possible. And I've seen some players here do so well with it. Okay. They absolutely they get puzzle box and they just start hitting people and.
Okay, yeah. The puzzle plus the dog that he spawns, right? Does it slow, right? Yeah, it slows.
Yeah, and the W also, everyone that detects the targets of your cold shoulder also gets 80 text speed or something.
Oh my god! Yeah, okay, I'm reading.
So yeah, it's like a lot of just powerful tools that allow this Tundra to start killing people so easily. And it's a comfort pick for sure, but it's also just a very powerful hero.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can see that with Puzzle Box. It's just you can probably burst down people really quickly. Plus he does a lot of burst damage just by himself. Just his Q and his ult already does a lot of damage. So
yep.
All that
and of course, Tundra is never really useless in the late game because that ultimate can also just lock down their carry for 3 seconds through Shrunken.
Yeah. But he can still do damage. With his auto attack.
Well, but just locking down the enemy carry. If you're playing against a solo core, a last game, right? If they have a silhouette and the silhouette wants to do auto attack damage, you just ultimate him and he can't attack for 4 seconds.
Yeah, so you press one button, you basically have a Valkyrie on him. Cool.
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
But anyway, we see something that I'm very excited to see. Kane picked up, and that's something that I made a couple of comments about on the last tournament. Kane is such a powerful tri-lane hero because the balance of power, his W, either gives his entire team a lot of attack damage in the lane, or a lot of armor and mana and healing, and it's a really powerful tri-lane hero. And I'm curious to see whether or not they're actually going to lane it in a tri lane, or
Okay.
whether they are actually going to run it in something like a dual lane. But it's a hero that I've not seen picked up that much in the last tournament, and I'm happy to see that stuff has changed.
Yeah.
That they realize like how good it is now.
Yeah. I mean, Kane, I think most people that play mid-ors kind of realize just how good he is. Because, like, I think most of his abilities have something that's, like, really good. His Q can just, like, is like a small hook, but it's still kind of a hook, so that's pretty good. His bounce of power, it's, like, earlier game, it helps you, like, sustain a lot more. It gives you a bunch of mana regen, a bunch of health regen, but late game, you keep it on the offensive, and it makes your entire team crit. Right?
Yep.
Which pretty insane. His E has been nerfed. It used to be like way stronger, but it's still like if you use your ult on on a single core like hero, like you keep saying, it just instantly like can't do like the enemy carries just locked down, can't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, like what you said is true. They still resolve the E from the Kane. It used to give the enemy minus 80 attacks damage, basically. And now it's only quote unquote 40%. But 40% is still a lot.
Oh
right?
Yeah, it's still like it's still big.
A Kane is another example of like a hero that's good in a tri-core. Because Kane is not necessarily the strongest like solo core. But if you try to lock down Kane is just going to go for a barbed armor and try to target the enemy carry.
And the funny part about barbed armor is since it does like attempted damage that it reflects, it means that his steel resolve, which reduces the damage like person does, I'm pretty sure it still works. The person's still gonna take like a bunch of damage, even though he takes like no damage. I haven't like properly tested that out, but I think that's how it works.
Okay. So back when it used to like do 80%. Barbed armor was a lot less good of an item because you would just take a lot less damage and therefore reflect a lot less damage.
Oh, okay.
So that's how that works, right? But what you used to be able to do was just like not level steel resolve after level 1.
Okay, yeah.
That was a legitimate strategy because like you don't want to take damage with the barbed armor.
Yeah.
But anyway, we see a Riftwalker pick up. Now that's a fun hero that I haven't seen in a while.
I like Riftwalker. It's I'm not sure how good she is necessarily in like FOC, but I do like seeing a Riftwalker. I mean, just a lot of damage. That's just
usually like a little while ago she was really good. Right?
Yeah.
When you played like certain avatars, you used to be able to stun people for 20 seconds.
Okay, wait, what?
I mean, other people, not me. Definitely not me.
Okay, like you would never.
I would never. Like I am the incarnation, the personification of innocence in this regard. Right?
You would not see an abusable ability and then
no. But like other people, right? They actually like used Riftwalker in a way that would basically give you a lot of charges on his ultimate, and then they do extra damage. But now, if we're being more serious, it's of course like a hero that is so good in the counter initiation role. But I love the engineer pick here from the Helper Legion side. Sorry.
Oh yeah, because engineer is such a strong hero.
Like,
I think during the entire
engineer specifically is really good against Riftwalker, because you want to like counter initiate with Riftwalker, but in this regard, if you pop down the engineer field and the Riftwalker like ultimates in, she's gonna be silenced for 2 seconds, so she cannot get anything else off.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because the way the field works, it's not just like it's not necessarily you cross the electricity. It's as soon as you go in the field, then you take the damage.
Yep.
So, and it's like one of the few abilities that perplexes too, which is
exactly. Perplex, silence, and slow basically means that you're completely vulnerable.
Yeah.
And the Martyr pick is something that I haven't really seen picked up a lot, but I know it's a strong and powerful hero. Yeah. And the Martyr gets a ward up here, and I think they should know from each other here that the ward is there. But I'm fairly certain that Riftwalker at least saw the Martyr ward. So that's maybe going to be like a fast counter ward.
Yeah, she might try to get that counter, but right now Marta's kind of like standing there.
Yeah. But like Kane is Kane like tries to or is powerful against certain heroes, but not against others. And one of the heroes that Kane is not very good against is, of course, the Predator.
Yeah, because Predator can heal through that.
Yeah, it doesn't is carnivorous. The E ability doesn't get reduced by the Steel Resolve. It's only like actual attack damage that it reduces.
Yeah, because it's weird because it doesn't count. It doesn't actually add to his attack damage. It's like an other damage that it does or something. It's, the way it's considered.
You should like see it indeed as like bonus, like an actual additional effect on top of the normal attack damage. Lodestone gonna try to pull the creeps here a little bit. He is taking a little bit of harass damage from Nymphora. Nymphora likely to chase the Lodestone down here. I don't think he's gonna be in any danger, but he does get the pull, which is good for him. And we see Riftwalker actually getting the counter ward here, so that's of course good for him. A little bit of extra gold income for him there.
Yeah,
but oh yeah, Engineer plus Magnus SDC. They see the stun plus the Engineer stun here, and the Sephorus take actually a lot of damage. Sephorus also not buying a buckler, which means he is going to take so much damage from these auto attacks. So Sephorus is definitely going to be a bit of in a suffer position here in the mid lane, I would say. Of course, Sephorus can always recover really easily.
Yeah, I do really like the dual mid against the South Forest, because South Forest I know is like one of those heroes that if you just let him breathe a bit, he gets tanky and he does damage.
Yep. And Engineer misses the the bottom lane. Oh, we see Kane plus Martyr just hailing the Meraxes there. Meraxes falls bloodlust. I didn't actually catch that one. Sephorus in the mid lane actually got jumped by the Engineer in the Magnus, and Engineer missed his kick. It was a little bit unfortunate there as well for them. But yeah, Kane, like, this is a powerful lane. Martyr plus Kane. That is not a lane you want to lane against. So, in this regard, I will say they should definitely rotate the Riftwalker to the mid lane. Meraxes can solo bottom.
Yeah, because at that point, I think Meraxes can like probably manage his lane alone. Riftwalker should try to help with South Forest, because South Forest, they need him to start getting strong. They need him to get tanky, do damage, do his thing.
And South Forest is like a hero that you would like regard as a more typical frontliner that just heals a lot, but also has like a powerful effect with the ultimate.
Yeah,
that makes it so that you cannot just ignore him.
Bottom.
Yeah, actually, they run down the Kane a little bit, but Kane just presses that like the waylay it's called. Yeah, the waylay, the Q, the hook, and together with the tower just does a lot of like harass damage back. And of course, he can just heal back up if he just pops the W.
Yeah,
which is not something I have seen a lot of people use to their full potential, I will say.
No, it's you really need to learn when to switch between between those modes, especially because it's still pretty, like, even passively without if you get rid of the HP regen, it still gives you like a pretty decent amount of armor.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's 2 armor and half magic armor level 1.
Yeah.
And like the mana cost between swapping is only 15. So it doesn't have like a high cooldown or something. So it's definitely something that you should actively trying to make use of. Yeah. Instead of just something you keep active in the background.
And it's 15 mana, but you remember that if you switch to the attack mode, you get mana regen. So it's really, it's not that much.
Oh, sorry, Lodestone in the top lane. He's actually taking a lot of damage. He's going to be going down here by the Predator. Predator waiting for his Q to be up because he didn't want to take tower aggro. Lodestone trying to do as much damage as he could back to the Predator there, but no, it was not enough.
Yeah, one thing that I find interesting about Lodestone's W is that you can't deny yourself with it. Right? Nope. On bottom lane, you can see the getting kicked off.
Yeah, that's just so much harass damage. And here comes Engineer for the flank on the Meraxes. Engineer going to secure the kill down the Meraxes. And he's also going to secure the bottom rune. And that's a haste rune for the Engineer and the Magnus here in the mid lane.
Yeah, that passive, it's level 2. It just does so much. It just makes his entire team just do so much damage. Like you can see like the Martyr and the Engie, right? It just keeps making them do way more damage than they're supposed to. Martyr has 72 base damage. If he crits, that's like over 100, I think. Just 100 damage.
Yeah, but it's not just it's just not just a crit.
Yeah.
Which I've always find interesting is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, actually, as they go here in on the Rivok taking so much damage from the abilities, the Q and the Q from the Martyr. On top of the Rivok, and Rivok goes down, but now Meraxis is also in trouble here. Comes a race car Magnus speeding through the lane, and they get the kill on the Meraxis. Meraxis and Rivok are both going down. I think they need to really think about, hey, this lane is not working out. We need to make adjustments. How are we going to do this? Because the Rivok is just food for them in the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I saw the amount of damage, like just like going back to the crit. I know it's not the most like necessarily the only thing that ability does, but it's 124 damage when Martyr crits on someone.
Yeah,
which is that's just so much damage just straight off the bat.
And in the top lane, Lodestone goes down. It is honestly. The top lane is the oh no, Loss of Force dies in the jungle trying to clean up stacks, and here comes Magnus and Engineer. Oh man, that is not something that should happen. Like Lodestone, oh sorry, Force of course, he doesn't really want to take stacks until like level 7 usually, because the cooldown of the cube decreases as well, which is very significant.
Yep.
But that's not something that should happen.
Oh no, it really shouldn't. He should be trying. Yeah, him dying there, and plus it gave Engie and Magnus just some free farm, which.
Oh, and in the mid lane we see them actually stunning it into Force, but Force is level 7. He's quite tanky. Here comes the Magnus down. The Engineer kick actually misses the Force. Force is going to be fine because of that. Magnus was thinking about just setting up that ultimate, but unfortunately they're not really going to be able to do much. And here we see the Predator and Nymphora diving the top lane. The Lodestone dying once again. That's now the 3rd time the Lodestone was sent back to the well. So, yeah, Predator is 500 GPM right now. He's doing very well.
Doing better than Kane, and Kane's been doing like really well, which is pretty surprising. It's not surprising, but it's pretty good for them. And I'm more scared of
in the bottom lane. Face me, he said, and he ultimates Meraxis. Meraxis is taking a lot of damage, but Kane is also taking a lot of damage from the tower. Meraxis did not get the stun off. Oh, that is unfortunate for the Meraxis. If he got a stun off there, I think that was probably going to be a counter kill, but Rivok and the Martyr are duking it out here, but Martyr is sure I'm fine with going low HP, man. And there comes Kane for the finishing off of the Rivok. Rivok going down to the damage. Predator porting it a little bit too late there. It's not really going to be able to achieve much besides the tower deny. That is of course good for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, Predator is going to have to walk back all the way now to the top lane. Yeah, which is definitely going to decrease his farm a bit.
I heard maybe Kane's gonna be able to like get more farm overall here.
Yeah, and we see the difference between the Kane and the Predator is in the amount of last hits. We see Kane with 42 last hits and Predator with 58. It's almost like a half more.
Oh yeah, that's a lot more, and you can really see that. Yeah, the Kane isn't as good for farming. Oh, and I think he sees no Meraxis.
Yeah, Meraxis is going to be a lot of trouble. Meraxis with just red boots. He wants to properly, W the ultimate. He's not going to be able to. Kane says, face me, you peasant. And Meraxis goes down once again. 5 deaths for the Meraxis now. Kane starting to stack up that damage, of course, from his ultimate as well.
Do you think that Kane is going to try to get staff or someone to staff him for more damage? Is that something people do?
No, you get damage like passively now, without staff. Yeah. Just okay. Click on a Kane, right?
Yeah.
One of the buffs you see is like +5 damage.
Yeah.
And actually, so they're setting up for the top lane. Lodestone in position for that ultimate, but is not going to choose to actually use it. Like Lodestone W does only do half damage if the enemy is shrunken up. I know.
Yeah, it does mixed damage. It does both damage.
So of course, like if the Predator uses his W, that's a lot of damage actually being negated there. So
no real point in going. And if he,
Yeah.
he also
Oh,
doesn't get stunned.
Just look at this bottom lane. So Forrest in position, ready to maybe deal with that Kane, and he has that ultimate up. He has the Q that is very powerful. He's waiting for the Kane to maybe get out of position. No, he's gonna be a little bit impatient. Maybe he figured, okay, something is very sus. If you, this is all about also good team coordination. They have a ward in the Hellborn jungle. They know Lords of Force is not there. They know he's not in the mid lane because they're pushing it with 4 people. At that point, you have to realize, okay, Lords of Force is somewhere.
Yeah. And if he's not mid pushing, he's probably bottom about to gank me. That's
usually
like how I would think.
Yeah, like it's HoN players hate sitting still. They cannot sit still. If they don't do something for like 5 seconds, their hands start shaking.
But look at this. Kane is
oh yeah, so Kane is in a lot of trouble here.
What a good nymph ult there.
Like, okay, so my client is like lagging super hardcore. I don't know if yours is.
Oh, I just started. Now that you mentioned it, it started. Oh no.
Okay. It seems like the players here are just fine because they're still hitting all the abilities. Marty is actually being ran down by the Miraxus and the Amphora. And they're going to collapse on his Marty. But Marty is so tanky. Of course, he has the E. He procs it. He's getting back a lot of HP. So he's running for his life. But here comes the entire Hellborn team collapsing on top of him. In the backline, they do get actually the kill on the Rift Walker. And so it's a support for support here. That could have gone a lot worse for the Hellborn team, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
Nemphora hiding. Oh, and that is a Macros PK. That's a 3-man stun, but the rest of his team is not ready yet.
They're just too far back. They just can't take advantage of that. Even that was a beautiful stun.
Yep.
3 players. That's fine. Hellborn backing up.
Yeah, so the Legion side has a lot of stacks in their jungle. So I think what they want to do is, or what the logic behind it is, don't do anything risky. Because if we lose the team fight badly, we're also going to lose all our stacks. Which is something that they don't want to do. Because Lords of Force can take those stacks like very easily. And in the top lane, we see Lodestone maybe being in a bad position. Predator is smelling a prey and he leaps all the way to Narnia. But Lodestone actually dodges the Amphora stun and is going to be fine because of that. That was a good realization that he could just port out after the Lodestone stun. Or Amphora stun, sorry. So yeah, well played by Lodestone there, surviving. And Riftwalker now got his ultimate.
Okay, so yeah, Rift level 6, so we're gonna probably start seeing better, a lot more team fights with a Riftwalker in it.
Yeah, and like Riftwalker is one of those heroes that can just completely turn a game. And he's being sent back to the well here once again. Riftwalker being a little bit out of position there, and of course a very good ward on top of the cliff on the Ancients there. Actually, sorry, that's a ward from the Hellborn side. There's a ward here in the Ancients camps from the Legion side.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, as you said, the information is what makes you win the game here, and they just knew Rift was alone and just went on her. Got a free kill.
Yep.
Predator's still farming up top here.
Yeah, and Nemphora is sitting right behind him, and that's, of course, a good positioning by Nemphora, because Nemphora needs to be near the Predator, so the Predator can port in if the Legion team overextends here. Then they can use that ultimate ability and just potentially get a counter kill, but the Legion side is just kind of applying pressure to the towers here. Bottom tower, and actually the stun from the Magmus going into the on the Miraxus there. The Miraxus pops his ultimate. They're going to back off for now. Here comes Predator. Predator is ready to go. And here comes the Riftwalker ultimate on the Engineer. Engineer is surviving because of the Martyr Wings. And here comes the Kane. He ultimates the Predator. Predator doing so much damage in return. But Predator is going down here. Kane not actually being able to the Predator not able to kill the Kane there. Therefore, now the only survivor, I believe. Magmus is there, stunning behind the tower. Martyr, of course, the wings are doing so much work in these team fights. And actually, oh wow, I just noticed that Martyr chose to not max his Q, but instead he chose to max the W. That actually kept the Engineer alive in that team fight there.
And that engineer was completely caught. Like there was no, he would have died like that very second if Martyr didn't put wings on him, and instantly those wings just saved him. He survived the team fight because of that. And then we also saw the Martyr also ulting the Kane in the middle of his ult, so he was able to tank through the Pred just hitting him.
Yeah. Because the Predator, like, he has Insanitarius. He hurts like a lot right now.
Oh yeah.
But he doesn't have lifesteal though.
No.
And that means, of course, Magnus actually using a stun in the top lane. Magnus dodges the Q from the Predator. Oh, that would have actually maybe been a tough situation for the Magnus otherwise. The red fort coming down just a little bit too late. I will say, this is where a Predator should think about always carrying dust. Because sometimes there is going to be a Magnus near you that does stuff like that.
Yep. Yeah, and Magnus stun, you know, you don't. If you get hit by that, it's just such a good setup. Because afterwards, they have, like, Legion has so many other people that can follow up, right? They have the Lodestone. If the Kane is close enough, maybe Veiled, he can also just ult you, right?
Yeah.
And then you're kind of stuck hitting him, and probably you're gonna get bursted down.
Yep. They're just they're playing. Oh, actually, Magnus tanking his Force ultimate. Here comes the M4 port with the Predator right on top, and Magnus also going invis once again. Engineer trying to get his field off. He is going to field off, and Kane's just face Leo pass, and Predator and the Kane duking it out in the mid lane. Rivok ultimate on top. Kane is going to fall down. M4 falling down the background. Lodestone trying to TP out. Martyr nuking down the Predator on his last legs. Now he wings himself. And he doesn't have matter to TP out or anything. Magnus bomb back and comes in with a Magnus ultimate right on top of Rexus. Rexus goes down there to the counter initiation. Rivok also going down. Lost Force, the only survivor from the Hellborn team. Finishes off the engineer with the last breath. And now he picks up the rune actually. And it gives him enough mana to not be able to die to the Magnus chasing him down. That was a hell of a team fight.
Back and Magnus just keeps trying to fight him, trying to get those creeps so that he can harass him with those with his E.
Yeah,
right there.
But that's a Sophorus with Shaman's headdress. He's not going down to a little bit of...
What a team fight right there.
Yep.
We just for a second I really thought Hellborn just was gonna win that team fight completely. However, Magnus near the end just comes in okay, I have my ult, gets 2 picks with that.
Yeah, but he did buy back though. That is something you have to keep in mind. So it was a 4 for 4 or 5 for 4 if you think it that way. So Hellborn definitely came out on top.
Yeah. He did manage to save some of the losses they would have had, but still not very good for Legion.
Yeah. And
we saw
the Kane ultimating the Predator there. I have to kind of question the Elder Parasite pickup here by the Kane.
Yeah, he's
Kane
taking
currently,
too much damage.
Yeah, he has 7 armor and a decent bit of HP. But also, the E from the Predator works. The amount of damage that you deal is the amount of damage that you heal.
Yeah.
So if you have Elder Parasite, the Predator heals more.
Yeah, so you're not really... It's not the greatest item, I feel either. I honestly feel like if you wanted that, probably go Insane, maybe just straight up go the Abyssal Skull, right?
Yeah, Abyssal gives a lot of armor. I think that works way better, even though they have Sephorus, right? And actually, Magnus going for a mock, I think. Oh, I love it.
Oh, okay.
Because I was questioning the draft of the Legion side a bit, because what I said earlier was that I like Kane as a tri-core hero.
Yeah.
But
right now he's kind of the only...
Yeah, because Magnus doesn't usually skill that well. And Lodestone, Martyr, and Engineer, they're not really core heroes, and they actually smoke up with 5 people here. I don't think the ward spotted that, so this might be actually a very, very team fight brewing, actually. Yeah, the Hellborn is kind of thinking about going Kongor. They thought something's maybe up. But Predator is... Oh, do they have a ward? They don't see it. Actually, the Predator gets stunned there by Kongor, and then Predator, and there's a Rivok ultimate right on top on 3 people there. Predator now in the team fight right there. The engine field goes down. Martin now running for his life. Kane ultimated. Magnus ultimating in, and he's going to get a 3-man ultimate there. And Rexus and the Rivok goes down. Rex is 1 HP now. Not quite enough to actually finish him off. But Magnus wants more, but he's on top of Revward. Magnus, that's not what you want to do, buddy. and he goes down there. The Revort is spotting him out. There's no dust, but it doesn't matter as long as you have the Revort down, of course.
And they're gonna
and that
get
means
the
that is a huge team fight for the Hellborn side.
Yeah. And I saw what Legion was trying to do. I think Legion was trying to do the right thing there. They were trying to stop them from getting Conquer and take it themselves, which would have been almost like game-ending if they did that. However, they just, like, I saw the Kane got caught as soon as they started the fight, which made him, like, just unable to keep going. And
he got
then
ultimated by Force, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was both Self-Force and Moraxis that jumped on him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But like, Mrax is actually picking up his PK now, which is huge for him.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like if you have the Force ultimate on the Kane, of course, like you don't heal anything with your Elder Parasite.
No.
And that just means that like you're not really able to ultimate the Predator because you're just gonna melt.
Yeah, exactly.
But of course, the Martyr can keep you alive even though you are Force ultimated, I will say.
Yeah.
Because of the wings and the Martyr ultimate, but it was such a chaotic team fight as Engineer falls in the bottom lane. In the mid lane we see Force actually getting jumped by Magmus and by the Lodestone, but Force is so tanky, but not tanky enough. That Shamble Tetris is not really going to keep you alive against the Lodestone, of course.
The Lodestone getting rid of all of your armor, so after that, just hitting the W on him. Just
in the top lane, Redfucker ultimating in, and that's on top of two people, Kane and Martin, now back to being jumped. Martin wings himself. Kane now in a bit of trouble. Kane is going to fall there. Martin actually not able to save him because he was so low. Predator going down though in return. That is actually quite a big turn there. Maximus a plus Lodestone now. The cleanup crew is coming through. The Riftwalker and the Predator being picked off there. That is actually huge.
Yeah, I saw the Martyr right there. He, instead of healing his team, he was like, nope, I'm ulting this Predator. And he just
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, so that's
huge from him.
That's what Predator got like instantly half health, and then he got caught.
Oh, top lane, sorry, Magmus ultimated top to Mraxus, and that is Magmus with a mock of brilliance. Mraxus actually taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have ultimate yet, he has it in a couple of seconds, and that means that the Magmus is probably going to be in a lot of trouble, but no, he goes in and turns it on the Mraxus. That was a beautiful play, a combination, and here comes Lodestone, Lots of Force. Lots of Force actually finishing off the Magmus there. Lodestone abandoning his teammates. How heartless of him.
Yeah, I can't believe he would stay there and not help.
I can't believe he's done that.
Yeah, me neither.
No, but it was nothing in for there to do. Like Lodestone ultimate, Lodestone stun, of course, having a long cooldown. So he did the right choice by just TPing out.
Yeah, and I mean,
but yeah, the Martyr ultimate, of course, if you're low, you don't have to use it on allies. Just ultimating enemies is a very, very valid tactic, of course.
I remember one of the troll builds people would do is they would get Staff and Mock and Insan, make themselves go 1 HP, wings
What do you
themselves.
mean troll builds?
Okay. Is that your build? Am I spoiling your build?
I don't want to say troll build.
Yeah. But like, that's one
amazing build. A creatively amazing build.
And then all you can do is just go in, ult someone, and they just die instantly. It's like, okay.
Yeah, the reason why you do need Staff for that, for chat, of course, is normally you can only get people down to 40, 30, or 20% minimum HP. But with the Staff, you can actually get them down all the way to 0 HP. And what you would do is like you would PK in, proc Insanitarius, so you go down to 1 HP, ultimate, and then like, actually face me, says the Kane on the Predator. Predator has now Bash, so Kane is going down a lot. Lots of ultimate top. Predator going so low. Predator trying to stay alive. He is going to be able to stay alive there. Predator surviving with the skin of his teeth. And Engineer with a staff actually. The ultimate did so much, but here comes the Magmas ultimate. A bit too late though. It's not actually going to do that much. Riftwalker ultimating him with 1 HP. Riftwalker survived with 4 HP. Predator, Riftwalker, everyone is low HP, but it doesn't matter because the entire Legion team is sent to the afterlife.
That is very, very bad for Legion team. One thing I'm going to note, the reason why Kane isn't able to do anything, even though he has shrunken, is that Predator has Brutalizer. So he just keeps getting stunned every time he tries to face him off. So it's like, you just can't compete with that Predator in a 1v1, which makes him just overall a lot less useful, because that's usually supposed to be his goal, right? It's supposed to be ult the Pred, beat up the Pred, and then we can keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, and like the of course, like the more HP you get on the Kayn, the more the Predator is gonna heal. So
Yeah.
if I would say, like, in hindsight, the Kayn should probably have focused a lot more on armor, so the Predator just heals less.
Armor and maybe barb too.
Yeah, you could barb. Of course, that's not. Oh, Lowstone falls in mid lane. Like, barbed makes you also have more HP, and which also means the Predator is gonna heal more.
Yeah.
So it works a bit, but also not really. It's also from experience playing Kayn against Predator.
Yeah. Okay, no, because the way I see it is, if you're not able to do damage to him because you're stunned because of the brutalizer, if you're able to use that barb, you're still doing damage during that face-off. That's the way I'm seeing it.
Yeah, in my experience, what's usually like a better choice is just to go for Basher on Kayn.
Oh, okay, you go your own, okay.
Yeah, because you have a lot of attack speed with that ultimate, of course, and you just hope that you bash him before he bashes you. And sometimes it's gonna work some way, the other times it's another way. But if Predator's not attacking, that's a situation that you're happy with.
And usually, if you ult him and your team is like well coordinated, you can ult him before he starts attacking.
Oh, look at this!
Right?
5 people smoked up there, but Lords of Force is all the way in the front line there. Predator's being faced me again by the Kayn, but he's being stunned actually. Predator going to fall right off the bat there. That was a huge gag, and now here comes the river. Made on 2 people. Oh, that is huge actually. Miraxis combining on top there with the Ripwalker, and that is actually going to be a 3-man turn there. Engineer now all the way. He says, "Where is my team? Why did they die? Why did they
They're in
leave
the
me?"
afterlife.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
The engineer
What
was
a
actually a
Ripwalker.
huge turn by the Ripwalker. Ripwalker was actually positioned like inside the Conger area on top of the uphill there.
Just waiting to turn that. And the initiation by Legion was so good. I did not think they were going to win. They got the Pred down. They managed to lock him down so that the Kayn could do his damage. And we can see Kayn, every time he's critting now, it's like 350 damage. 350 damage.
Oh,
so
and so Martyr is actually being stunned by the Mexus here. His team not really ready there, but I guess they just want to prevent the deny, but actually the wings are gonna wear off in a little bit. But that Martyr is tanky, but maybe not tanky enough. No, he is not a tanky enough. The Miraxis slow, if you hit all the axes, is just so difficult to get away from. Which is the power of the Miraxis, of course.
Yeah, it's as long as he keeps shooting axes at you, just get slow, and then eventually it does root. So you just can't do anything. Like, if Miraxis just keeps hitting axes at you and you don't have an escape, like Martyr doesn't have one, you kind of have to accept that.
Lodestone, buddy. I don't think you want to do that.
No.
Okay, but he actually chooses to TP out. They were actually hitting Conger a little bit there. Maybe they were thinking about doing it, and actually are going to do it here. The Martyr is down for a couple more seconds, and the other people from the Legion side are currently in their own jungle.
Yeah, so I don't think they'll be able to.
I don't think they know. Or maybe they know, but they realize we can't stop it, which is also fair. And yeah, actually, okay, so they do know, because what you see Engineer doing here, which is really good, Engineer is smoking into the enemy Kongor to get a sneaky ward up. So what they likely want to do here is group up, get a team smoke, and play off this vision that they just got by the Engineer, and maybe win the team fight that way.
Yeah, because they know that...
Oh, sorry, there's a DD rune here. Oh, that's important. Kayn wants that DD rune, but if the enemy gets to initiate before he does, no, he gets it. Okay, that's good for them. Okay. That's for sure good for them.
Yeah, if they manage to get a fight right now, they are...
What was this? The Magma's port at top?
Why is he porting top? Does he have
I don't
a plan? What are you doing?
The Hellburn side is very hesitant. And they missed the ward with 2 ref wards.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, you can see. Oh my, it's like just out of reach with both of them.
And like what they try to do right now, so they're specifically waiting with hitting Kongor because they want to see like, okay, if they instantly procced the smoke's gonna be out, but like, okay, they're doing Kong now. The Legion side is not actually willing to fight this, it seems.
They're letting him take it. I'm not aware exactly what the buff when you get both Kongors. I know it's a pretty significant buff that you end up getting.
Yeah, it's a buff that makes you deal more damage to structures. So you can probably I can see it. Okay, no, sorry, you can't see it here. It's the Conquer Decimator. It's at the moment it's a 34 damage to 34% extra damage to buildings.
That's a lot. That is a lot.
Yeah, so
of
buildings just melt. And actually, Nymphora ports into the bottom lane. Engineer, they're all alone. Kane already TPing out. He said, "Buddy, on my screen, you are already dead." And he said, "Yeah, he's just I'm not fighting that."
He's gone. Like,
Yeah,
he's just
Riftwalker is
staying.
thinking about setting up for the top lane, but Riftwalker also importantly has post haste, so he can just and he actually ultimates top lane. Magnus is going to get initiated. Magnus does have stun, so I think he's just he gets sword spirited. Oh, that is huge, and Moraxis actually combines together with the Riftwalker for a kill on the Magnus there. Magnus falling to that combination. He chose to not instantly stun out, which I have to question. And the Storm Spirit, of course, restrains for 2 seconds or something, which means that he couldn't queue out afterwards.
Yeah. Can't get out, and he has to. It's one of the very few downsides of Magnus' stun is that you have, like, if you get restrained in some way, you just can't use it.
Yep. Because it's of course like it's a movement ability. They have like basically tried to make that consistently across the board. And actually, the Kane pressing his Q there. Lodestone ultimating in. He is ready to go here. Lodestone ultimating on the Predator. Predator taking a lot of damage. Predator does have a token, of course, so they don't really want to kill him. And they actually choose to kill him. There's now Sephora's ultimate on the Kane. And here comes the Energy Field. Energy Field being no, there's the Energy Field staying up. It's 1 HP. And the Kane gets ultimates the Predator once again. Predator is just hitting the Kane. Kane falls there to the Predator. They're all prey in his eyes. Martin now is the next victim there to the Sephora's and the Predator. In the back line, we see Lodestone and Braxis duking it out together. Oh, but that was
Fred is doing a disgusting amount of damage. And there goes the CC.
And Lodestone actually picked up Ebola. So they had the tools to deal with him, but they just weren't able to actually properly do it.
Oh, and I mean, it was also rough having to deal with that token of life. I mean, they did kill the Pred, but he just comes back and, you know, if you don't have the cooldowns or the abilities to take care of him, you're just not going to be able to deal with him. And that's what happened.
Yep, absolutely. And this is, of course, the second time that LN wins here. Of course, they were the Legion side last game. Of course, they are the Hellborn side this time, and
much closer game this time.
Absolutely, very well played by both teams in this last game here. There's the Legion sides definitely showed that they are here to play, and I really love the inclusion of Kane in their draft, of course.
Yeah. I think Kane was like very good. Like even the player, the pick, everything was really good. Maybe it was one of their other picks they should have switched around. Maybe have go dual core maybe instead of single core with the Kane. Maybe that could have been switched around. But other than that,
Magnus is not really a core you want to farm on.
Yeah.
So if you look at Magnus had a core. Sorry, Magnus had a mock.
Yeah.
But what did it really do here?
It didn't. It's not like he's basic attacking a lot. It's not like it's doing that much damage.
And of course, because if the Predator used the Stone High, the W, the Magnus does nothing.
Yeah.
It's not like Magnus can get a basher or something. Or maybe he could. I would encourage him to, but it's not going to do much. Anyway, so that's a 2-0 for LN, which is Lunar tier, of course. Any last thoughts, Nicholas?
I mean, that was an incredible game. I still think the best play in that for that game was the Riftwalker ult there, just showing I think everyone just why Riftwalker is such a strong hero. Just like
and why it's a fun hero.
Yeah, it's a fun hero. It's a strong hero. I think more people should be playing Riftwalker.
Yeah, but of course, Riftwalker is hard to play for sure, and it's. You need to counter initiate, which they also did here, right? It was after the team fight that Riftwalker came in and did the thing, as someone in chat beautifully called it, and got a 3-man ultimate there. That was, of course, a beautiful. But yeah, that is 2-0 for Lunar tier, and they're going to continue to the next bracket. And if I'm gonna quickly look at my cheating sheet, we are now going to have the next game, which is the next series in the winners bracket semifinals, which I don't think a winner has been determined yet, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think
No,
so.
I don't think. Anyway, we will try to keep you up to date. That is it for the for now at least. The next game is going to come up in, I hope, a little bit. Is it now actually? Okay, guys, we're going to wait very shortly for the games to finish. And when they do, we will bring you the next piece of content. So stay tuned, and we will keep you up to date, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second game of the second winner bracket semifinals in this tournament. We have 2 European teams here, and I'm going to try to pronounce this, but don't start like pointing your pitchforks at me if I get it wrong. Penkui Airaigon versus Finishes, and I think I did that amazingly. What do you think, Nicholas?
Couldn't have pronounced it better myself.
Yeah, I am a little bit of a secret native Thai person. I've been there on holiday at least once in my life, so I'm basically fluent as far as I'm aware.
You know, like you're basically our Thai at this point.
Basically already native Thai,
yeah.
I can say 5 have 5. No, but we see Calamity pickup. Ooh. But of course, sorry, these are of course 2 teams that are very familiar with each other. They
have scrimmed against each other probably before.
Oh yeah, but like they just played against each other like all the time, and of course they even like faced off against each other in the finals a couple of times, of course.
Okay.
But yeah, like we see Calamity being picked up by the Legion side here.
We've seen it, strong carry.
Of course, yeah, Calamity being quite popular these days to run, of course, instant like a Tricore. Yep. Notably, Pharaoh is, of course, quite strong against something like a Calamity. Because if Pharaoh gets the jump on the Calamity, Calamity is not that difficult to kill usually.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Pharaoh is not really safe with his mummy walls from something like a Calamity.
Yeah, so he has the jumper. He has to go in and
and the lane is going to be difficult for sure.
Okay.
So you could like think about the Kane pickup. I love it.
We got the Kane, and this time we're probably gonna get at least a dual core, right?
Yeah, they already have the Calamity, but like Calamity ultimate on top of someone that's being Kane ultimated is already also a good combo.
Yeah, the guy just gets like gone. He's just gone from the game once.
He gets melted. Sent to Narnia, as they call it. Yep. But
back to base.
Empath is, of course, also a very good pickup for something like a tri-lane here, because that wall is something that is very powerful in those kind of lanes. And notably, also for Nicholas a bit, who's not as familiar with like the draftings, Pharaoh is really a hero that you can only run in a solo lane. Like, in a dual lane, Pharaoh doesn't offer anything to the other hero. It's tanky.
You can't really use your wall of mummies on someone else. It just doesn't like you don't have
burst
anything
damage. It doesn't do like a lot of lockdown initially, at least, right?
Yeah.
And the Q doesn't really do that much initially. It's like does a lot of damage over 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's only really good if you get max level wall of mummies and then max level Q, and then it does a lot of like it does a lot, but
yeah.
Before that, it doesn't do that.
Like usually, your ally is going to be dead by the time you've done most of the damage.
Exactly.
So you don't like usually Pharaoh relies on his tankiness to survive, because of course he has 26 strength level 1, which is one of the highest in the game, I believe, together shared with Iker, which is also banned, by the way.
Yeah, I've seen him banned a lot, and I think I know why.
Yeah. Just in general, I've noticed that he just doesn't die.
Yeah, he doesn't die, and he makes someone else not die.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. He makes everyone not die, besides the enemies, in fact. But the Managed Shaman also, of course, like a very powerful healer, and of course also strong with Kane, because Kane just does a lot of physical damage. It makes people ball up a lot, and the heal ball on top is just powerful.
Oh, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, if you get the proper setup, you can just melt someone. Just press Kane, press Alt, Demented, press W, you win.
In the laning situation, like imagine this, right? So you're playing against another melee hero, and you just hook the enemy into your creep wave, and heal bomb on top.
Okay, you don't even have to use Alt. You just have to have a good Q.
That's in the laning situation. It's a very powerful combo for sure, and so we see actually
we're probably gonna see those 2 together, right?
They're taking their time with the bans here. The timer is running down here, and they choose to ban a Geomancer. For now, Keeper is being banned. So Corrupted Disciple, that's an anti-tri-lane hero. Bubbles, Sepphoris, Ophelia, and Juventus, and that's a Flux Engineer pickup. Now that is a
no.
powerful combo.
Yeah, I mean, I play Mid Wars, and that combo, like when I see it, but part of me just wants the CC right then. So now seeing it, I'm like, okay, it's gonna.
Yeah, it's a powerful combo for sure. One of the heroes that is always quite good against Engineer, in my opinion, is Defiler, because Defiler, the ghosts, of course, they don't get stopped or something.
Yeah,
and you can use the ghost to very quickly melt the Engineer field.
Yeah, because the ghosts can attack. They can attack.
Yeah, and you only need 4 attacks of anything.
Yeah. All you have to do and then you have it's around 20 ghosts that Defiler spawns, I think. So
something
you're
like
for sure
that,
gonna hit it.
Yeah. So
it's 6, 12, and 18. But
yeah, but like the Legion side, so the Hellborn side here, notably does lack cores.
Yeah, I am seeing that.
Because they have Empath, of course, which is not really. It boosts 1 core, but they have a Pharaoh, which is of course not really a scaling hero. Engineer, which doesn't usually want to be played in the core position. Flux can be played as a core, but doesn't really scale as well as most other heroes.
No.
So what do you want here? I would say something like Forsaken Archer could work, but you have to think the Legion side has Kayn, which is notably a very strong solo core hero or anti-solo core hero. Yeah.
Oh, and this time they don't have the Predator, right? Like the last game we saw, which was able to really help. I mean, if they pick it, I think that would be pretty good. Then maybe I think it's probably a good pick. Other than that, I don't. Yeah, like you said, an FA probably would do pretty good.
Yeah, well, they need something to soak farm because they don't really have. They can stack a lot, but they don't really have a lot of soakers here.
Okay.
So if they make stacks, like it's not really going to do much.
Yeah.
And like a ranged carry is likely not that strong because it just gets locked down by the Kayn. And even something like Predator. Moonqueen is of course a very powerful solo core. That is definitely capable of solo carrying. But the Kayn, notably, like the difference between like this game and last game that we saw is the Demanded Shaman also can like play a defensive role against something like Predator.
Yeah.
Because if you just give your Kayn like 30 armor, it doesn't really matter if like the Predator's hitting him because it's just not gonna hurt.
Yeah, it's just like okay. It's like okay, I have 30 armor, you have negative armor because that's what's gonna happen. And then and now we saw like Kayn like hits for like 150 when he crits, and that 150 is gonna turn into like 200 and like 300 pretty easily with that negative armor. It's
I think that the elite inside needs to think about how is the Hellborn side going to lane this. And what I can see here is solo lane, Pharaoh.
Yeah.
Then likely 2 dual lanes with Moonqueen plus I think either Engineer or Empath, and then Flux with either Engineer or Empath. You don't have to lane Engineer and Flux together in the laning stage at least.
No. So I'm seeing I would, my guess would be the Empath with the Moon Queen. Just because like a bit more heal, I feel like Moon Queen's gonna get bursted down pretty quickly with 450 health in the beginning. So maybe, but I could be wrong.
No, but like okay, so Moon Queen does have a bit of a weakness against something like a Kayn in the laning stage, because like as I explained, as I said before, if Moon Queen goes for a last hit and gets waylaid into the creep wave with a heal bar on top, that is a dead Moon Queen every time.
Oh yeah, there's nothing she can do about it.
The Moon Queen needs to somehow dodge playing against the Kayn. So they need to figure out like how is the enemy going to lane this, and where can we present the Moon Queen where he doesn't get laned against the Kayn.
Because the Moon Queen, remember, only has 350 range for like a ranged hero. So that's in a range of the waylay as soon as you get to the creeps, right? Like if you're hitting a creep and Kayn is at the creeps, he can waylay you.
Yeah. And if he could just sit in the creep wave and prevent you from farming. if like that's the way they choose to play it, which is also completely fine. Because unlike something like a Forsaken Archer, Moon Queen actually does need farm to start the farm. Like she does need like the initial burst of gold to start amplifying it further.
Because or else her multi-strike does nothing. Because like FA, it's based on her actual damage, like her current damage. So
yep,
she's gonna.
Anyway, for now, the Legion side actually chose to pause here, I believe. So they might also be discussing like how is the enemy side likely to lane this. One way that they could go for this is, so the natural way you would like to lane this as the Hellborn side here, is Flux plus something middle.
Yep.
But you could also do, okay, if they expect that, how about we set Moon Queen plus Empath middle? Because they're not likely to actually run Kayn in the mid lane.
Yeah. That would be the last place Kayn would go, right?
Yeah. So that is probably the safest place for the Moon Queen to go.
Yeah.
So it's it's a bit of mind games here, and also you need to be ready to adapt from the Legion side.
Yeah. Yeah, because they want the Kayn to be against the Moon Queen as much as possible. Because that's all, like, as long as they're like, I'm expecting both, let's say both teams playing around the same level, right? The Kayn's going to win if...
Yep, he should win his lane all the time.
Yeah.
As like, doesn't really matter, because if the enemies tri lane, if the Hellborn side tri lanes here, and the Legion side tri lanes, they are always going to win that.
Okay, yeah. So
and the Pharaoh is something that you can only really run solo lane. So,
so he's gonna be alone, trying to not die there for this game.
But I think you can run like Magmus versus the Pharaoh in like a 1v1 lane. That's fine. Magmus can do fine there.
Mm.
Then you have like
it's pretty equal.
Yeah, it's so it's a bit difficult because you want to set up your lanes in a way where if the Moon Queen dodges you, you have the opportunity to swap things around with minimal movement.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you don't want to go from bottom to top. Right?
Yeah,
you don't want to have to do that, or else like you're going to lose like 2 like creep waves worth of kills.
Exactly, or if you teleport, that gives them the opportunity to also just teleport.
Yeah, and then
and that's not the situation you want, because then like you're basically reacting to them all the time, and they get to initiate, or the initial choice to make, basically.
Let's get it on.
Actually, I think it was the 10-minute mark, right?
Yeah.
Man, these guys are like... I already today saw some guy say I need to go to the toilet for 5 minutes. It's a long time to go to the toilet, in my opinion. Now, I'm not trying to toilet shame anyone, right? It's not my goal, but it is notable.
You're allowed to take the time you want on the toilet, just maybe not when we're about to start a tournament.
Yeah, just don't take your phone with you for one time, right? And you'll be done like 5 times faster. Trust me. Anyway, so okay, we see Vindicator porting bottom lane, Demand Shaman porting top lane. They instantly get 2 wards up, which is exactly what you want to do if you are the leading side here, because this gives you information. This gives you the information that you need to be able to adjust to what the Legion side is doing. And we see the tri lane in the top lane here with Kayn, the Man Shaman, and I guess Vindicator is going to be the tri lane. Magmus in the bottom lane solo. But for now, we see Moon Queen running to the bottom lane.
Oh, okay. So Moon Queen's going to be against the Magmus, which is it's exactly what Hellborn wants, right?
Yep. But what if they also, like, they can still choose to rotate, like, one of the 2 supports to the bottom lane.
Yep.
And then Magmus plus 1 support should win against Engineer plus Moon Queen. Yes, Moon Queen is just not a strong laner.
Yeah. No. She doesn't have much early. She really needs to get that farm to then do a lot of
and she's squishy mostly. Because like most melee heroes, they at least have the buckler to protect some damage. But like the worst thing you can be is like a ranged hero in melee range.
Yeah, which is what Moon Queen kind of has in the beginning.
Exactly. But, we see the tri-lane actually. So Pharaoh in the solo top lane. Tri-lane bottom lane with Moon Queen, Empath, and Engineer. So that's definitely good for them.
They really want that Moon Queen to win this. They're like,
oh yeah, no,
making sure.
that's like the entire goal for the Legion side here is lock down the Moon Queen.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they
lock
don't
her
do
down,
that,
they win, basically.
Moon Queen can take away. It can like steal this game. And they see this instantly because they have the ward, of course, in the lane. So I am curious to see, are they going to make rotations?
Yeah.
Because this is like the choice that the Legion side has to make right now.
Yeah, because right now, Magnus can't stop this. Like, he can't really do anything. So Moon Queen's just gonna be like free farming for a bit.
Yeah. Okay, we see actually Vindicator rotating into the mid lane. Calamity versus Flux here. I think Flux is favored in this lane. Because Calamity, sure, he does like a decent bit of damage. But look at Flux base damage already.
Yeah, it's...
This is like
Flux is such a...
Yeah, this is with -2 strength and Calamity +6 agility. And like, it's not even close yet.
Exactly. It's... Yeah, no. This... Flux is such a strong... like, he's pretty strong early. He has a good amount of starting HP. He's like one of the like few, or I think the only ranged strength hero, right? Like
no, you're forgetting one.
Forgetting one. Oh, Iker. Iker's strength, right? Yeah, Iker.
Of course, Iker. Thank you, still in the game.
I always forget Iker.
Yeah, everyone likes to forget about Iker. Everyone's like, pretend he's not there.
Until you're against him, and then you remember. The memories flooding back.
Anyway, we see Engineer actually rotating to the mid lane as well. And both players in the mid lane actually choosing to go for the rune here. So that's good rune control early on. But notably, they're not really locking down the Moon Queen here. Magnus, of course, is getting some good last hits and farm in the bottom lane. At least a little bit here and there. And not really locking down his XP, but... Is this really what you want to achieve here with this Moon Queen free farming? Not really, right?
He's still getting some last hits here.
Magnus, you mean?
Yeah, Magnus. Magnus still getting last hits. He's not too bad for...
Yeah, they can't. You cannot really prevent Magnus from getting last hits in that situation. Actually, Flux is quite low. He took a little bit of a rash damage from the Calamity, I think, in the mid lane. And Flux only at like 180 gold per minute. He is definitely under a lot of pressure from this Vindicator Calamity lane. Oh, that's so much damage to dragons. They don't just prey on turtles, apparently. They also prey on mechanical constructs, it seems.
I don't think there's a single thing that isn't prey to those.
Yeah. And actually, Magnus taking a little bit of rest damage by the Empath in the bottom lane. Empath he is determined to cancel these HP potions and mana potions from this Magnus. And they are just... Oh, there's in tower range. Magnus actually gets the stun in tower range. Empath is taking so much damage. Empath is 1 HP, but here comes the catapult. The catapult and the archer. Archer last hits. Yeah, the Empath is goat fought. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Calamity actually dodges the gank from the Engineer. And the Calamity is goat survivor, 25 HP. Oh, this is huge for the Legion side here. That is a beautiful dodge from the Calamity. The NG kick just hit or missed by a hair's width with, I think it's called. And yeah, those are like huge turns of events by the Legion side here.
Yeah, Legion. I mean, I did not expect Magnus to get a single pick for like a while, and now he just manages to get it just because Empath was just getting a bit too greedy there, just a bit too greedy to cancel that potion.
Yeah, and that of course is good, but he just had to not get stunned in the one place where the tower would basically hit him behind that the tier 1 tower there. And we see to manage Shaman rotating mid lane as well now. He has the Infus rune, he's sitting on top of them. Now, if they check the link on the Kayn, they know that the Man Shaman is not top lane. Oh, and actually, maybe they don't know because they're going in, and that is a melting Flux because of the heal bomb there. And now Engineer does not have a lot of spells to save himself, but it doesn't actually appear like the Legion side is choosing to really commit there to the Engineer. They say, okay, we killed Flux, we're kind of happy with that, and actually Engineer is taking a lot of harass damage though. Those dragons. Yeah, the dragons don't take prisoners. They straight burst through your dreams and hopes.
Yeah, and they're only level 2. Like, this is...
Actually, Magma's taking a lot of arrest damage in the bottom lane again. I don't think they're going to commit for this kill. They already used a lot. Empath not diving behind the tower again.
Right there.
He's choosing the safe route this time. But yeah, Magnus is being boxed out, and this is what they want, of course. Like the Moon Queen choosing to go for a very early game build, actually, with 2 soul streaming rings, stacking up the agility. And in the top lane, we see the Pharaoh taking a lot of damage from that Kayn plus the Managed Shaman combo, I believe they did. And he has ultimate, the Pharaoh. Oh no, the Managed Shaman is in tower range. He's taking damage from the tower, but the Pharaoh didn't have mana for ultimate.
No, so he couldn't...
Oh, I think that's what saved the Managed Shaman likely there, because the creeps died.
Yeah.
So actually, and the mid lane, meanwhile, we see Engineer and so Empath rotating over on the Calamity. Calamity is now in a lot of trouble. The Flux did already use the spells, and the Empath does not have mana for his Q. That means that the Calamity is going to survive because of that. And meanwhile, they get 2 runes once again, actually. Oh, that is just a bit unfortunate there.
So close getting kills, but again, it's always just one little thing that's missing. If one of them had if Empath had her stun there, or her link, that would have been a kill.
Yeah.
With their Flux.
And meanwhile, that means that with the bottle and the healing, the Flux goes down. And Flux does not really have a good way to recover.
No.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the top lane, we see Kayn versus the Pharaoh. Like, Kayn is fine with that, right?
Yeah.
Kayn can bully. And that's another kill on the Calamity. Oh. And Calamity is on fire right now.
And of course,
we talked about this in the last time we saw Calamity as well. That is already 4 agility for the Calamity.
Like, plus the buff, right? The buff other buff she gets. Like, she's at 12 agility, just like with that.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you can just keep like proccing that buff and it stays for a while, you are not just very hard hitting, but you're also fast. So it also gives move speed.
Oh yeah, which means you can stay, like, keep your dragons in range of the person way better.
Yeah. However, the Pharaoh was trying to rotate over a little bit. He actually ran all the way to the mid lane. There is a good ward there from the Vindicator, I believe. No. Who plays that ward? Oh, sorry, that's the ward from the enemy. That is the ward from the engineer there. So that's maybe why they saw him. They saw with the ward on the rune there. I small brained a little bit there. Okay. And Kayn rotating over. Engineer is maybe in a little bit of trouble here. Kayn smells blood. The turret goes down. Kayn is not actually able to get in range there. They are securing the rune, of course, here. And Magmus in the bottom lane. I love what the Moon Queen did, by the way. Moon Queen bought like a couple of mana potions. And he's literally just spamming his Q on the Magnus. Because the Q has like 300 magic damage and 6-second cooldown.
Oh yes, you can just keep spamming it.
Yep.
That's pretty smart. And it makes sure the Magnus doesn't do anything.
Yeah, very long range, 800 range as well. And actually Magnus is maybe in a bit of trouble because there's 4 players from the Hellborn side here. And Magnus all alone. Yeah, they want this tower. They want to open the Hellborn jungle up, or Legion jungle here, but that is a lot of TP support. And here comes the entire Legion team ready to collapse on top of them. The Empath is going to fall. Kayn once more. Kayn is going for blood. The engineer does not have boots, so I think the Kayn is gonna say you. And that means he gets the hit, actually. Yes, and now it's gonna proc here. And Vindicator running into the Moon Queen. Moon Queen is getting a kill there on the Vindicator. Is a little bit too greedy, but now, actually, the Moon Queen might be in a bit of trouble. There's no ultimate for the Moon Queen. However, no mana for Magnus to stun yet. And this is a TP from the Empath, who died before respawned. And sadly, the Pharaoh was not actually in position there to make a counter kill. They really want that Moon Queen kill, but they are just not able to get it.
Nope, they're just, I mean, Moon Queen is playing pretty well, just staying back, making sure she doesn't get big, because it,
Oh, sorry, Pharaoh jumping the Kayn, but Pharaoh does not have matter for mummy walls. Pharaoh, buddy, I don't think this is going to work out for you, is it? No. The mummy walls doesn't mean that the Kayn just gets to run out of the range of the Pharaoh, and yeah, that was like a good idea, but
Just didn't have enough mana.
Yeah.
Just need a bit more mana. Just need a bit more mana, you know?
Like, he did the math, but he's just really terrible at math. Oh, and the bottom lane. Oh, the back was stuns the Moon Queen and the Emperor, but it's not going to be enough. There's no mana on the Moon Queen. Moon Queen not actually able to finish off the Magnus. He tries to TP out. Can the Man Shaman? The Man Shaman was in range, but not actually have his stun up. So the Moon Queen gets to teleport out. And they get the tower. Empa did KS the tower. Report him for KSing, of course.
Of course, everyone.
But the Magnus was going for the deny, and he was actually not able to get that, so they're happy with that, I think.
Yeah. I mean, this is... I mean, like, they're not able to kill the Moon Queen, but still, if you look, like, both, like, Calamity and Kayn are, like, pretty, like, they have a lot of gold. They're farming really well. Even though Moon Queen is doing a good job, she's gonna be alone versus two pretty strong carries.
Yeah, and like the supporting cast from the Legion side does not have a lot, of course, but Moon Queen can start snowballing real soon.
Yeah.
And Moon Queen just needs level 10. He does have the items to start snowballing. He has like the 2 Soul Screaming Rings and a Whispering Helm right now, which is more than enough. So for now, he needs to think about how can I start, or how can I keep dodging the enemies here. And that's a difficult question, actually. The Man Shaman is trying to TP out. He's going to be able to TP out right as a Pharaoh actually touches him in the mid lane. We see that the Magnus is actually setting up on the Flux here. It's not going to be able to actually catch him for his team there. But that is a good teleport from the Man Shaman right in time there. And they get that middle tower. That's also very important middle tower. Which means that this opens up the Hellborn jungle for the Legion side quite a bit. If they get to ward this up, that means that they can prevent Moon Queen from farming quite effectively. Magnus running into the bottom side is very unafraid. Oh, sorry. Kayn actually getting jumped in the mid lane. Sorry by the Pharaoh. I think Pharaoh used ultimate, and that says Kayn says you, but Kayn is not going to be able to do anything there. But the Magnus stun a bit late. Magnus stun means that he's going to get a kill on the Flux at least. And there comes the Calamity ultimate. Calamity ultimate on top of the Moon Queen. Moon Queen is in trouble. Moon Queen is going to dodge the Magnus stun, actually, I will say. Shame on you, Vulca. But, yeah, the Engineer's gonna be fine. That was a huge Calamity ultimate. Catching the Moon Queen in very bad spot there. And even though, like, Moon Queen pressed his ultimate, it was not enough to actually deter the enemies there.
No, I mean, yeah, it was a decent... It was... Just not enough damage. And I mean, one thing about Moon Queen's ult is that if everyone's kind of grouped together, you're never gonna be able to hit the person you want. So you're never gonna be able to burst down the right person. But yeah, for me, it was that wall, that empath wall, just made it Kayn have to go all around to go hit. So just completely denied him of the ult there.
Yeah, so they need to get a couple of tablets on the Legion side, because the Pharaoh wall is one of the few ways they have to catch people in the early game on the Legion side. Oh, sorry, on the Hellborn side. So Calamity usually wants to go for Sinner's Inscription these days.
Yeah.
So I would like to see Calamity just get that tablet as early as she can, because that means she can just keep pushing out. And the moment that Pharaoh tries to jump her, just tablet out and run.
Okay. Yeah.
Because tablet is still like a good item, always.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, tablet is one of the best utility items. In Middle Wars, we call it the poor man's hook, because it just, you know, you get to hook people with it.
Oh yeah, I love tablet plays like that, where you tablet enemies into like your range. And actually, look at this, Kayn and Calamity running into the enemies there. Engineer has ultimate. Engineer gets Kayn ultimated. Kayn is going to burst down the Engineer, but Calamity's in a lot of trouble now. Calamity is taking a lot of damage. Calamity is going to run, but Pharaoh is maybe in range. Does have ultimate up, but the entire support from the help from Legion side is here now. Flux is in a lot of trouble. It seems like the Flux actually managed to slip through the cracks there. They're on the chase. The Minotaur! Oh, the Minotaur stuns 3 people there. That was not even the Minotaur from the Hellborn side. It was a neutral Minotaur that stuns 3 people.
MVP, dude. MVP neutrals. MVP Minotaur.
I think that Minotaur is actually a secret agent.
Yeah, I think...
Can we look into his past? Can we look at his bank details if he's been like...
How much did they pay him? Yeah,
how much is he getting? I need to know. Actually, Moon Queen is in maybe a bit of an aggressive spot here. He does have a lot of team support though. And of course, the Legion side is still a bit damaged from that engagement in the mid lane. But yeah, Flux actually... Yeah, Flux like managing to slip through that Calamity ultimate there was very, very clutch actually there. An Empath plus Magmus running into the Moon Queen and Empath there. Oh, sorry, Calamity and Magmus running into the Empath and Moon Queen. They are... The Legion side is really keeping out the pressure here. I think that is quite obvious. And Pharaoh is actually the next one that's going to be in danger, very likely. They should not be able to see this rotation. Pharaoh is playing very defensive because I think he knows something's up.
He definitely knows something's up. He's probably calling his team to like come defend this, right?
Oh, and that's a Calamity ultimate, and the Pharaoh ultimates the Kayn, but that is a good Vindicator ultimate. The Vindicator ultimate is preventing a lot of catch here, but that does not mean that the Flux ultimate cannot come out right after. That's all up, and that means that they get 2 very important kills here, actually, on the Calamity. On the Kayn and the Demanded Shaman. Yeah. Because there's no survivability at the moment still. No. If the Calamity went for the tablet, he could just tablet the Kayn out, and the Kayn would have been fine.
Exactly, he would have just been fine, and then probably been able to ult the Moon Queen right after.
Well, they need like the rest of the team to also come into the fight then. Otherwise, they're still not going to win that fight.
Yeah. But still, this is... I mean... And Kami had such a good read ulting those trees, but Pharaoh was just like completely on the top of the map, like basically almost out of the map.
Even if he gets ultimated there, he just wanted to know if the Pharaoh was there.
Yeah.
Because the Pharaoh was setting up, of course. And it doesn't really matter if he's Calamity ultimated or not. See, like, ultimate from Pharaoh has like 2000 range or something level 1.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he can ult wherever... as long as he's in the general area, he can hit someone.
Yep. And this is the moment that this is the moment where the Moon Queen suddenly starts like spiking. Kayn, meanwhile, was at 400 GPM, but is kind of starting to fall off. He only has 300 GPM right now. Calamity, of course, is still playing a very like a good GPM here with 450. But Calamity's not a Moon Queen. No. Calamity does not carry as hard as a Moon Queen, and Calamity does not have an Empath to amplify her carry potential.
Yeah, because once Empath like is able to just stay in that Moon Queen.
Oh, sorry, Pharaoh running into the Vindicator. Vindicator being a little bit of a bad spot here, actually. Vindicator playing a little bit too greedy there. There is team support. The Demanded Shaman there to maybe keep him alive is not enough. In the meanwhile, we see the Engineer actually falling. Engineer poured it into the tower, but the team was busy with dealing with the Vindicator. That means that it's a 1-for-1. I do have to question Vindicator's position there.
Yeah, that was not the greatest position. He's not the kind of hero that can afford to be that far up compared to his team, right? He doesn't have an escape. He doesn't have any way to survive. Right? Like Magmus being that far up is fine, but him no.
Yep. Because Magmus gets Pharaoh ultimated, he just like level searches out afterwards.
Exactly. Like,
so they need to like they also need to get some items on this Kayn, because if Kayn gets to ultimate the Moon Queen but dies in 3 hits, the Kayn doesn't offer anything. Exactly. If he gets a part armor, sure, but still. And actually, we see them do Conquer here. Oh wow.
They're able to do Conquer. They have the damage.
Yep. That is, of course, also the Pharaoh Q, of course, being very powerful against Conquer. And the Legion side here needs to start taking initiative.
Yeah, they need to try to get those picks.
Oh, Empath actually walking into the Vindicator. Their Vindicator, once again, a little bit of a danger spot. Calamity choosing to TP out of there. Demanded Shaman also running in. Vindicator gets ultimate once again by the Pharaoh. And Pharaoh means... So that means that the Vindicator is going to fall now. Demanded Shaman is in a bit of trouble. When Shaman falls, Kayn is in the front line still. Moon Queen actually ultimated for that. And they're gonna clean up a little bit of stacks there. Actually, the Moon Queen finishing a Geometer's Bane.
That is a big item to have right now. Just Geo's such a good defensive item.
And like it works kind of well against Kayn as well, because like if your Geos can still hit. Actually, Magma's stunning into the Flux there in the mid lane. Then the Calamity ultimate on top, and the Kayn says, "You come here, you bastard!" And they finish off the Flux. Flux going to fall. The Kayn actually managing to pick up a little bit of damage from that ultimate, and yeah, that's a good pick off there. But they are not really able to catch the people that they want. Like the Kayn is not able to get what he wants. I think, honestly, even Kayn should maybe be getting, like, a tablet. Because Sinner's Inscription is a great item on the Kayn.
I mean, he's the one that won the Abyssal Skull, right? So, yeah, he should be going... he should be upgrading that. Because against a Pharaoh, I feel like it's almost a need, like a guarantee you want to get a tablet.
And, like, not just that. If the enemy carry, goes for the Nullstone, tablet is also really good to cancel Nullstone.
Exactly.
It's like a perfect item for something like a Kayn. So he probably wants to get it, but he chose to go for the Abyssal Skull first. Of course, it's an item that sustains you very well, and it's a very good item in general. And actually, we see this at the top lane. That is a lot of teleports from the Legions, from the Albert side there. Pharaoh trying to catch more. Calamity in here with Invis. Calamity, they might want to choose to fight this, but the Vindicator is in such a bad spot that Vindicator is going to fall right at the bat, and they're not actually able to do anything besides that, and the tower gets denied. Nope. Oh, that's a disaster for the Albert team, for the Legion team, actually.
Oh yeah, Legion team slowly losing their advantage right now. Because that Moon Queen is just getting stronger and stronger, and also they're just like they need to make something happen. They need to stop getting picked, especially that Vindicator. That Vindicator, I'm guessing he's getting flamed by his team right now because he keeps getting picked.
Like Vindicator is trying to ward off, which makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, good.
And he died a lot of times because of that, but. And also Vindicator is just a slow hero, right? He has Striders and 290 move speed naturally, which means that if they run away at the same time, he's gonna be the one that gets caught, right? And Magnus actually PKs in and gets to the deny there, and probably going to be done out real soon. Not yet, and there comes the Empath wall, and actually that is the Calamity ultimate right on top of Pharaoh. Pharaoh has barbed armor actually, so Pharaoh's taking a lot of damage here. The Engineer goes down, the Pharaoh goes down, Moon Queen pops the Geometer's Bane, but the Illusions don't really do anything to stop them, and there comes the ultimate on the Empath, which means that it is a deny and a 3-for-1. That is a huge turn actually for the Legion side there.
Finally, they were able to get those to win a team fight right now, which they really needed to do.
They were 5 for once.
Yeah, which I think is what you're supposed to do, right? When you're in advantage, you wanna fight as 5. You want to really take like that advantage and try to push lanes.
Yeah, but you don't want to take a bad fight, because if you take a bad fight, you can still easily lose. And like if the Engineer gets a really good ultimate, you can still easily get screwed actually. And Kayn actually manages to pick up the Sinner's Inscription here. That is really good for them. Which means that even if he gets Pharaoh ultimated, he's probably able to survive still.
Or even just Calamity gets Pharaoh. Like, he can just save himself or other people a lot more easily.
Yep.
Vinti also picking up Tablet. So Legion has 2 tablets, which against the Pharaoh and an Empath, I think, is a pretty good move.
I would even like the Demented Shaman to get a tablet, honestly, because the Demented Shaman... Like, there's not... You cannot have enough tablets against heroes like Engineer and Pharaoh. Yeah. And Flux is trying to TP out. Flux is not actually able to TP out. His TP got cancelled. He does have a Shrunken now. He's actually Shrunkening, but that doesn't matter if Kayn says you. And he says you, come here, you bastard. And that is another kill. And look at this, right? The Kayn, every time he ultimates someone and he wins that's
he keeps getting more damage.
Duel, he gets damage. And he already has 26 damage here. And that's just going to start stacking up. 12 agility for Calamity passively. 26 damage for Kayn. If they keep getting these picks, it's gonna get higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, because Kayn and the Calamity are 2 heroes that like get stronger just by like killing.
Yeah, exactly. They don't that's a lot of ports in the top lane. Are they actually able to do anything here? Magma's actually peeking in. Magma's a little bit late to set something up, but meanwhile we see Calamity choosing not to teleport, even though she has 4 teleports. And Vindicator in a bit of trouble here. Vindicator tableting out of mummy walls, but just too slow. And Vindicator once again lagging behind a little bit. And actually, the Calamity might be in a little bit of trouble if she stays, because the Moon Queen popped the smoke.
Yes, she's trying to get that kick. And she knows that she does a lot of damage. She's at 250 base attack damage.
And they're trying to do Congo here. Moon Queen currently not farming, but just Moon Queen is going to try to sneak through here. She is actually able to, but she gets spotted here. Moon Queen, there's a Flux ultimate. The Mana Shaman is the only one that's lagging behind actually here. They don't have Pharaoh ultimate just yet. That means they get a kill on the Mana Shaman, but on the other hand, they do actually finish Kongor.
Yeah.
And I don't think they want to fight this because Moon Queen just finished her Shrunken.
Yeah. So they, Moon Queen, that means she got Shrunken. The only real way I think they're going to catch her now is if Kayn ults her. Because other than that, they're pretty much only magic. So Kayn's really the only one that has anything to lock her down.
Yeah, I mean, Calamity still does a lot of the physical damage still. She has like 180 damage here and like Geobane and whatnot.
But I mean, in terms of lockdown, I think Kayn's really the only one that has some.
Yeah, for sure. But of course, like Moon Queen, if the enemies just run away, Moon Queen doesn't really do a lot of damage. So the Vindicator ultimate, if popped like at a proper timing, that means that Moon Queen cannot really catch people properly, even if she has shrunken up. And look at this, by the way, Calamity setting up for a kill in the Flux. She's sneaking around there. Now the Invis has 30 more seconds. And Kayn not smoked. But he actually, okay, that's a Calamity ultimate. Kayn not actually able to tablet. Oh no! Kayn failing his tablet over the cliff, which means that the Flux is going to be fine.
Oh no!
That's a disaster, as they say.
Just a bit of a misplay there.
Yep.
Oh my god! I mean, that would have been a great. I mean, if you
it would have been a great pickoff on like one of the cores, basically, right? And
Exactly.
meanwhile, Moon Queen just finishing another triple stack here, and actually she goes for a Shroud. Now, that's an item I actually really like here.
Okay.
Because the Shroud, it just gives her that mobility that she kind of needs.
Yeah. Okay.
And there's also a Mind Trap at Kongor. I believe there's going to be like a 5-man Mind Trap there. Or is Calamity, is she going to fall to the Mind Trap? Or is it Vindicator that's going to fall to the Mind Trap? I don't know if they see the mines, if they're not visible.
No, I don't think they're gonna see it.
Okay, so who's going to proc the mines? Do we place bets or something, or losers take shots?
I mean, we can do that. I think I'd Vindy. I mean,
yeah, I was going for Vindicator as well, but I'll go for the Frenchman then.
Alright, okay. Let's see.
Vindicator!
He's getting hit. Oh! All right. So how many shots did he take?
Oh, he actually managed. The only way he was living there if he procced part of the mines first, and then healed up afterwards, which actually happened. He procced like 2 mines, got tableted, and survived. I think that answers the question: do they see the mines? I'm gonna go with a no for now. Oh, actually, okay, the Kayn smoked up, but they saw the Kayn smoke up on the ward here, which means the Flux instantly chose the TP out, which is the smart thing to do, I will definitely say. And that means that it is a free Kongor for the Moon Queen.
Yeah, and they're probably going to get. I don't think the Legion is going to actually try to counter that at all.
No, they can't. They waste the smoke, and running in without a smoke, T-smoke, means that like you just kind of run into a death trap.
Yeah, especially with NG Flood.
Yeah, exactly. An engineer placing new mines, he said like last time this worked out great, let's try it again.
Exactly. And then NG traps.
Yep. NG's such a fun hero.
I've been gotten a few too many times by those.
I've never died to an engineer trap in my memory.
I'm not... Are you... I have a feeling this is not true.
Oh, what the hell? Moonqueen running in here with the shroud. But, oh, that means that actually she goes in. She pops the shroud. She forgets to pop the shrunken. Kayn not ultimating. No, he's doubting. He's wanted to ultimate the Moonqueen, but he chose not to. And Moonqueen actually TPing out there. That means that the other side have the opportunity to counter-initiate. Engineer running for his life here. The engineer field gets destroyed quite quickly by the Legion side there. That was well played, but the Moonqueen did not actually manage to pick off the Kayn there. And Kayn was... You could literally see the hesitation. It's like, I got barbed armor. If I ultimate now, the Moonqueen dies. But if the team is behind, every one of us dies. And in the end, he said, let's not...
He took the safe option.
Yeah.
Which, you know what, ended up working out.
Yeah, they got like one counter kill. Moonqueen was forced to pop the Shrunken. Moonqueen did not really farm there. Or in the meanwhile, you know. And that means that the Shrunken down on the Moonqueen, they get the tower. And once again here, Moonqueen does not have that. No, the Kayn once again does not actually properly get the tablet done, and that means that they actually are in quite a bad spot. And Kayn ultimates the Moonqueen. Moonqueen taking so much damage. Moonqueen is so low. Moonqueen is dead, and that means that the Legion Albert side suddenly doesn't have damage anymore. But actually, the Moonqueen buys back, and I don't think that the Legion side noticed. Magma's ultimate right on top. There's not a buyback from the Flux, actually. 2 buybacks on the course. Magma's running for his life. He does have a tablet and like a Magma Surge. And that means that the Moonqueen's just like, screw you, you piece of Magma. I'm going for the Demanded Shaman. That's a way easier kill. Magma's being still chased by the Flux, but I don't really think the Flux is going to be able to get anything there. Meanwhile, the Demanded Shaman goes down to the Moonqueen and the Engineer. And that is 2 buybacks from the Hellborn side.
Yep. 2 buybacks, and I mean they did manage to stop the push, so I think that's worth it. But
yeah, but they also got the tower though. They got the tower and like the base tower and the mid tower.
Yep.
So that's huge for them.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think Legion for sure got pretty definitely won that. I did think Hellborn that was a good move to try to stop them from getting the barracks, but again they probably didn't get as much
mid lane.
Moonqueen
actually gets initiated upon by the Calamity, but Calamity did not actually. Yeah, no, the Moonqueen... Wait, Moonqueen did not pop Shrunken. And he did not have Dust. Oh my god, I can't believe this. And actually, Engineer placing mines.
Is it Vindy or is it Calamity that's gonna get caught?
Magma's ultimating there, and that actually means that the Moonqueen does not have Shrunken. Moonqueen is staying so low, the barbed armor still work. Moonqueen survived with 10 HP, but the barbed armor there finishing off the last second of the... And actually, I think Calamity died to mines. In the meanwhile, Kayn now running for his life. Pharaoh on the prowl. Pharaoh popped his barbed armor and he says, hit me, you bastard. And Pharaoh tries to get that Kayn, but Kayn waits very patiently and gets the kill there on the... But I think the Calamity died to the mines. There were mines placed from Engineer.
Well, what happens is half her health half her health just disappeared from those mines. And then Engineer, which was right next to her, just kept hitting her and placing mines under her. So, you know, Calamity dying because of that.
Yeah, that's just Engineer doing Engineer things.
Oh, yeah.
It's why the hero is such a powerhouse, right?
He's the greatest.
And actually, that's a DD rune on Kayn right now, and that means that the Rex are going to fall. Yep. And Kayn E on towers, right? Kayn E on towers doing work, and we need that. They need to like make a decision. Do you want to go for more? They can if the enemies, like if someone in your team tanks. And Kayn gets to hit the tower will go down like super fast. But the team was a little bit too slow there. Team like hesitated to think about like, do we want to go for more? And I will say, right, Flux was up. Flux is a PK now. If there was like a little bit of too much commitment and Flux like gets an ultimate into your base, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
Now they want to go for this Conqueror here, but they're also still thinking like, I'm a bit afraid of the team smoke. They don't have any good wards up right now, besides one really good ward in the bottom lane at the tier 3, near the base. And they see like that creep wave is not being farmed. If that creep wave is not being farmed, that means something is going on. Yeah. Something sneaky is going on.
Exactly. So they definitely know that they all dusted, and right now they have to. They're being a lot more defensive, but they really want that Conqueror. think they're...
Yeah, and Moon Queen actually going for the Geometer's Bane, which I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not a fan of.
Yeah. I'm
sorry,
not a fan
I mean
of
Genjuro, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, that double invis. I mean, usually, I don't think it's that good because most people are gonna carry dust, except Calamity. You know, that's the only exception.
Actually, I have like seen and I don't want to say scientifically seen or proven, but I've definitely anecdotally seen that no high TMM players even know that dust exists. And actually, this is potentially a very big team fight. Flux with a haste to an engineer field, and that's a 3-man ultimate there, right on top of the team there. Calamity and Kane notably did not get hit, so that means that Kane and Calamity are here. And Kane actually ultimates Moon Queen. Moon Queen going down so fast. Look, the part armor to work, and the Moon Queen melts. Moon Queen melts herself. Kane survives. Flux now trying to get more, but actually the Flux gets Feral ultimated. Sorry, very Mummy World. Mummy Wall
hitting like a truck.
What the betrayal? The Mummy Walls actually locked down the Flux there.
Couldn't run. Oh no.
Like last tournament, it was a Volca betraying his own teammate. Now it is Janko betraying his own teammate. And that is the GPs being called now. The port armor did so much work, and this is why I meant don't go for the Genjuro, go for a symbol.
Oh,
you need HP and lifesteal. Not
especially
like...
on Moon.
Yeah, on the Moon Queen, you don't want to kill yourself faster.
Yeah.
You want to stay alive.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, that was an amazing game, right? It looked a little bit dicey for the lead inside in the mid game, with the Moon Queen getting a very high GPM, but now we see the power of Kane in a tricore, right?
Oh yeah. As soon as he got that bard, it was like just a flip switched, and it was just like, all right, Moon Queen, as soon as I press my R on you, you die.
Yeah, and I will have to compliment in the last team fight the positioning of the Calamity and the Kane.
Yep.
They were the only ones that did not get Flux NG comboed. So Calamity was on top, basically, near the outer tower where it would have been. Okay. And Kane was like behind. Kane picked up a PK before, waited very patiently until the Moon Queen showed herself, PK'd in, popped barbed, ultimated.
Which is exactly, that's his role, and he's doing it perfectly. Just like making sure that Moon Queen can't do anything. And just, that was insane. I mean, what really like made me love this was at the complete end of the last team fight, Kane was so close to dead, but that Sinner's Inscription and his crit would just do like so much damage, just finished off both heroes on him.
Yeah, and after the Moon Queen dies, that's most of the damage gone.
Yep.
So yeah, that's like the story of solo core versus Kane.
Yep.
Not a good idea. Anyway, so that is game number 1, but of course, as we all know, this is a best out of 3, which means that we have at least 1 and potentially 2 more games coming up for you. So any like wisdom that you want to share with the chat right now?
Well, always buy tablet. Tablet's the best item in this game.
That's very wise.
Learn how to use the tablet. That's all I have to say.
There at least some room for improvement there for Aston, for sure. He's more of a PK guy we've all seen.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, that's it for us for now. We'll be right back with game number 2. So stay tuned and we'll see you there.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second game of the what I believe is the semi-winners bracket finals. Oh man, where's my preparation? Yes, the second winners bracket semi-finals of Team Vinicius versus, I think it's a Thai name. I'm just gonna call them that. We saw them last game. They played, of course, a very fun draft with Kane and the Calamity as the cores against the Solo Moon Queen, which ended up in a win for the Hellborn side here. So they are up 1-0, which means that it is Team Vinicius is turn to prove that they are capable and that they have what it takes to make it to the finals. But for now, I am once again joined by my lovely French-Canadian, not German, caster named Ticholas. Hey, man.
Hey. All right.
What is your takeaway from last game?
Last game proved that you can't go one carry against the Kane. You just can't. It's impossible. It can't be done. Okay.
If Moon Queen can't carry you, then nothing can.
Yeah, exactly. And I think these players can, are good enough so that they can. We know for certain, like they've proven it with it's been proved. Okay, these guys tried it and it's been proved. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, although I will say, like Empath doesn't really do much to protect you from something like a Kane.
Yeah.
But if you have something like a Pearl and you can like get the Pearl ultimate like on the edge, where it like pushes out the Kane but not the Moon Queen.
Yeah.
Then Kane is basically useless. So Kane is not that hard to counter if you have the proper heroes for it. But they said like we're not interested in countering Kane. We're just not interested in playing against Kane in general. And we see actually both Iker and Kane, of course, being banned.
Always.
And also Calamity and Tundra.
All right. So all these bans, I think, make a lot of sense. Deadwood also, I've seen just banned constantly. Is he just too strong of a roamer? He just like runs around. He's just too strong.
In general, just the Q being a lot faster right now, the Rotten Grasp.
Okay.
It's too much to deal with because a lot of heroes that like rely on escape get hard countered by Immobilize.
Yeah.
Which is of course what Deathwood does. And it also provides that solo kill potential that Deathwood has always had.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that makes sense because having a 3-second Immobilize for a lot of heroes, that's basically just a stun, right?
Yep.
Can't.
Now I want to think about something or talk about something. We saw a Maximus last game, right?
Yeah.
Did Kinesis get banned?
I don't think he got banned. I don't remember, but I don't think he got banned. I don't think I've seen him get banned.
Because they pick Maximus now in the first 3 picks, which means that you have to ban Kinesis, right?
Okay. Because Kinesis can steal that stun. And
yeah, a Kinesis with a Maximus stun, or Magnesis as it's called, it's unfair. It's just unfair, right?
Because you're giving a guy that can already get a bunch of movement speed, has a bunch of has a lot of survivability, and also has a lot of damage, a stun and an escape all in one.
And like Maximus is basically just his stun. That's the hero in the early game.
Oh yeah.
Kinesis is like a Maximus plus at that point.
Yeah.
Because he also has like a range 0 attack and like the W that does damage, and of course the stun is.
And he starts with 30 intelligence. He has a lot of intelligence. It's like
and that of course like translates in a lot of base damage. But the Kinesis is not banned yet, but I can't really imagine them not choosing to ban it. Because it's just something you don't want to deal with it. But I believe they only have one more ban, and they chose to ban the Mageman and the Monarch here. While the Hellborn side chose to ban a Kraken and Bensington. So they notably are banning cores.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Yeah, a lot of the cores we've seen, and a lot of cores that I know are pretty strong. I mean, Bensington, obviously, it's that global just presence because of his ult. It's kind of rough to play against.
Yep. Engineer also not being banned at all yet.
Yeah, that's surprising. He's shown like for a few games to be a really strong support.
Yeah, but like, okay, so one of the things about the engineer that not a lot of people like think about too much, I think, is the range on the keg. It has 800 range.
Yeah, it's so much range. It's a bunch of damage, and it's a 2.5 second stun at level 4. Not many heroes have a 2.5 second stun as like one of their like first 3 abilities.
Yeah, and like of course something like a pyromancer of course does, but pyromancer stun is a lot harder to hit than an engineer stun, because you don't have to stand still to cast the engineer stun.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see the bubbles pick up. Not yet. The Kinesis went through the bans entirely. The last ban chosen by the Legion side here is Ophelia.
Okay.
Now
we haven't seen Ophelia. I know she's strong.
Yeah, of course. But what you got is a notorious Ophelia player.
Oh, okay.
So, what you got is what some people might call a jungle player. I'm calling him a jungle creep. Because that's the impact he has in my TMM game. I'm kidding. No, like a jungle is a difficult role to play in TMM in general, but in competitive, it's definitely strong, especially with an Ophelia.
Yeah, when you're a lot more coordinated, I think it's a lot better.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You need to draft around it, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
But they chose to not pick up the Kinesis here.
Yeah, that's like you said. Like that is surprising because I mean they have other like good abilities for Kinesis to take. Keg is good. Torturous Stun is really good. Right, and
9 seconds. 9 seconds cooldown only. In a 4 pod.
Yeah, I think all 4 of these are like pretty good abilities for Kinesis to have.
Well, NG is not yet picked actually.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
it's just Shadow picked.
I mean, if he doesn't get banned, he's getting picked.
I understand the confusion. No, but they are choosing to go for the Bubbles Lodestone lane, or the Bubbles Lodestone pickup. Sorry, and we have actually seen these 2 heroes lane together, not successfully, but we have seen them picked together before by one of the Thai teams.
Oh yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Oh, and that is a very early game team actually. Corrupted Disciple and Bramble. Now, there's a lot of healing, but healing is not that great against Sulfuras.
No, because, Sulfuras kind of doesn't care about...
Yeah.
I mean, his aura also steals health regen, too, so...
Yeah, no, but like the Sulfuras doesn't actually, give health regen... Sorry, the Bramble doesn't give health regen.
Yeah.
But the way that the Snaring Shrubbery works, the W, the shield...
Yeah.
It basically gives you 30% of all the damage that you take. You heal it back, plus and everyone in your surrounding also heals it back. Yep. But if you can't heal, then it literally does nothing besides a little bit of movement speed.
Exactly. So it's not that great. Yeah, Sulfuras is really good for this, for going down after the one person that's going to be healed by the team.
Although I will of course also say that Corrupted Disciple is a really good hero against Sulfuras, because
Sulfuras doesn't have stun or anything to stop him from just standing next to him.
Yeah, and Sulfuras wants to get in your face and relies on his base damage, or on his attack damage, I should say. And if you just drain it, then Sulfuras literally does nothing with his W.
Yep.
So, Tempest is picked as the last pick for the Hellborn side.
I love Tempest. Tempest is such a good hero.
Yeah.
I don't know how he is for FOC, but I just love him.
Well, as I said, there has been a jungle, or a problem with running jungle heroes. But we see 5 people from the Legion side running, training into the enemy jungle here, and a Geomancer, the worm, is kind of scouting them out, and they're saying hello to each other.
But
How friendly.
Geo's that was the best person to be caught there, because he can just run away if they try anything.
To be fair, that's I think why he was standing there.
Yeah.
Because the Tempest does not want to get caught. And a Tempest is a hero that you can lane, I will say, because it's not strong in the lane usually, but the way you would like to lane a Tempest is you make elementals at the medium camp, you farm the medium camp, and you
Yep.
get 6 elementals up, and at that point, every elemental is doing 18 attack damage,
Oh.
and you just start like boxing out support with those elementals.
And
And if you are, if you're really on top of your game, you pick a shell shock and roll the elementals on top of your enemies.
Oh my.
But that's
That
for me,
is-
it's just like another excuse to pick shell shock.
Yeah. But Shell Shock's so fun.
Yeah, I know. It's also a
just-
bad hero, at least in TMM or like in Force of Kalvadar.
Okay, yeah. I can't comment on that. I just
Yeah, no,
love
I
the
know in
snap.
mid wars, like his Q is just like obnoxious and annoying.
Yeah, but then
And
you get
actually, they're
stabbed
running a
with really
tri
funny-
lane here with Nymphora, Magmus, and Corrupted in the tri lane against the solo Bubbles. Now, that is a very, very good for the Hellborn side, because Bubbles does not really care about Corrupted Magmus, right?
You can just run away if he plays
yeah.
properly. Plays carefully.
Exactly.
He's,
And I do actually have vision on this Tempest here, so they know he's in the jungle here. But let's say the Nymphora would rotate right now to try and stop him. Nymphora cannot prevent a Tempest from forming.
No.
Because he'll just he gets stunned by the Minotaur, what noob.
the Minotaur, the Minotaur got paid, okay? I don't know who did it, but... someone
True, Minotaurs have been acting suspiciously today.
Nope.
They have, right? But yeah,
Yeah.
Lodestone against the Bramble. Lodestone is generally a good solo hero, but Bramble doesn't really care about the little bit of harass that the Lodestone can do, generally speaking.
I mean, he has so many abilities that just heal him, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
and actually Bubbles takes a little bit of damage in the top lane, but he's just gonna shell surf out and he's gonna be fine because of that melee on the Magmus, using the little bit of mana that he had left. And like,
Yeah.
where the Calamity was good against Bubbles, because Calamity could just like, every time Bubbles went in for a poke, Calamity would do more damage back. Corrupted
Yeah.
Disciple doesn't really have the same...
Yeah, like
Fact.
he has his Q, sure, but that doesn't cost a lot of mana. It's
Yeah.
not it's not like the Calamity, which has basically like an almost free just harass you can do.
Yeah, and like the Calamity, like, you cannot really dodge the dragons properly.
Yeah, it's way too hard to dodge.
Yeah. Like, if you take cover, you know, it's not like one instance of damage that you're taking. It's like multiple
It's
instances of the dragons flying. And actually, look at this, like, in the bottom lane. Nymphora is, like, trying to kind of, like, man up there, but those elementals are doing so much damage, and Lodestone misses the stun, so the Nymphora is not going to get able to get much there. But on the other hand, he's also not able to really box out the Tempest, because those elementals are just way too bloody strong for him.
Nymphora level 1 right now. I mean, she is trying to do that, do as you said.
Yeah, he's trying to snipe some last hits,
Yeah.
but with the amount of base damage that the elementals have, actually he uses the stun there. But if the Tempest actually gets a stun off now, that isn't that Nymphora there. So Nymphora needs to be a little bit careful. She is actually playing with fire.
Yeah, right now she only has she only has her stun. She's gonna hit level 2 pretty soon, so maybe she'll be able to get at least her heal and try to AoE damage those elementals and maybe get.
But I think the
1 or 2
Tempest is a bit afraid for the rotation of the Torturer or the Bramble. Now the Bramble is being watched over by the Lodestone, so Lodestone will say something if Bramble's rotating over.
Okay.
But
Yeah, obviously.
the Torturer, if he pushes up mid lane and then like goes missing, they don't know where he is. But like the Torturer tried to rotate over, Tempest instantly went back, was well played. Actually, look at this in the bottom lane. There is a Lodestone going in, I believe. Yeah, he used the stun on the Bramble, and they're trying to turn a bit, but look at this. The damage from the elementals is too much to deal with them.
Exactly, they just can't. I mean, yeah, Tempest is doing a really good job of just kind of being a presence and just being always there, so that they just can't commit to any fights.
Yep.
But we're gonna see Torture. I think Torture has a regen rune. He's gonna try to flank here.
Oh, and they lost track of the Torch. They don't know he's actually in the bottom lane. That means that the Tempest is going to be in a lot of trouble. Tempest is actually going to be on collapsed on here, and that means that they get first blood on the Bramble here. And actually Lodestone is thinking about maybe going in for a turn kill, and that's dead Nymphora. Torturer does not actually have the W, so the amount of damage Torturer can do to Lodestone is limited.
Yep.
And he chooses to, or he figures like, I'm not gonna be able to kill him. Although, Torture did not have boots. Okay, so I was thinking like Lodestone does not a boots, but Torture doesn't either, so...
Yeah, it doesn't... In the end, they have kind of the same movement. Yeah. And top lane Bubbles goes down. We didn't really see what happened, but he did end up going down.
Yep.
He does get picked.
Yeah, I think the Q is just a bit too much damage from the Corrupt Disciple to really deal with.
Lodestone gets picked by with the Bramble Wall.
Oh, wow.
Again,
Okay.
I mean, Bramble Wall's pretty good because it restrains, right? So Lodestone can't run away.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the Bramble Wall literally does no damage against Lodestone.
Yeah.
Because Lodestone blocks 15 damage from every attack. And the Bramble Wall only does 15 damage.
Yeah.
So
but
it's not as good as you might think.
But it does restrain, which means he can't run away. He can't run
It means
away,
that you can set up on him.
Yeah. If you use a prop, he also blocks him a bit.
And Tempest rotated into his own jungle here, which means that he is going to be able to get some more farm up, actually.
He's probably looking for at level 6, right? He wants to get level 6 as fast as possible.
And I'll say that I think the Legion side is coming out better than I would have expected. And actually, Lodestone picks up a haste rune, that's huge. That means that the link gets broken, and we see the Magnus fall, and it means that also Corrupted Disciple falls. Oh, that is actually a huge rune, because I think if he did not get the haste rune there, like, Corrupted Disciple would drain him all the way to the max.
Oh yeah, and he would have Corrupted
at least taken like 1 or 2 kills with him there.
Yeah. Exactly, but no, that haste rune. I mean, hey, the runes are, you know, they're on Hellborn sides right now.
Yeah, the neutrals are on the Legion side, runes are on the Hellborn side.
Yeah,
so,
that's how it is right now.
Wait, yeah, no, sorry, that way. Anyway, for now, what do we have happening here? So Lodestone is kind of chilling in the bottom lane. He did pick up his Striders. He does have level 6 now, which means that Nymphora needs to be a little bit careful, probably. Because, like, a level 6 fairy is not going to be able to survive that.
No.
And that's a go. Give us your thoughts.
Yes. So currently, I'm looking at.
Oh, sorry. We see the Magma's actually rotating over to the Tempest. Tempest sends an Elemental to scout it out. So nothing.
Good use of the Elementals
there.
though, just to like.
Oh, and Bramble smoked. Oh, they really want to play aggressive here, but they're not finding anything. So they actually, I think they know that something is happening. Notably, no one is in bottom lane, so they know that, like, you know, Bramble is setting up somewhere. He's likely not setting up on the bubbles, which means that there's only one logical place he can be. And so Forest is playing very defensively here, which I absolutely love.
Yeah, he has good map awareness, so he knows that, like, hey, this guy's not there. And
the bottom lane, they're going with a Torturer. Torturer gets ultimated by the Forest. The Magnus thought he was going for him, but no, he lets the stun go through and hits Torturer there. Oh, that was beautifully played. The enemy thought they were going for the rune, but they said, haha, no, we're not. We're going for the big creeps.
Exactly. The money. They wanted that money.
Exactly, yeah. And that means that they actually get those important kills there. Yeah. And Torture is, of course, one of the cores that is doing quite well. But Bramble going in the mid lane, and Bubbles is taking a lot of damage there. Bubbles is not actually a mana for the Q, and he's going to fall down there instantly. They're not gonna probably get anything else here. Tempest and the Sephoras are running out of there, but the Bubbles was just a little bit too low on mana to actually get anything done afterwards.
A little too low on mana. I think also used his takeover a bit too early. Should have waited to time it so that the Bramble stun didn't hit him more than anything.
Yeah, I think like oh sorry, actually Tempest gets caught by the Corrupt Disciple in the mid lane, and that means that the Tempest is likely going to fall. So Tempest, he wanted to stun the Corrupt Disciple, but he figured, wait, if I stun him now, I'm gonna be slowed, but the Corrupt Disciple did not actually level his E yet. Oh, and in the meanwhile, Torture might be in a little bit of trouble because that's a smoked Lords of Forest. And that is an ultimate plus a Q on top of the Nymphora is, of course, not going to be able to heal him. Which means that the Torture is going to fall here. Now, Corrupt Disciple's in a bit of trouble. There's no mana on the Nymphora to save him. Nymphora says, take me instead. I will save you, Mr. President. And jumps in front. And that's actually probably a really smart choice. Because that may have saved the Corrupt Disciple there.
No, that's what I want my supports to do. Okay, I want them to get in the way, just body block and die instead of me. That was good play. That was a good play.
Some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was a good, like, if he had a little bit of mana, he could have maybe saved him. Actually, so Forrest running into 2 people there, and he does not have his team to back him up this time, and that says, the Legion say, thank you very much. There's actually so much action happening around these runes.
Yeah, they keep trying to get the runes. I mean, the runes do give pretty strong buffs for just everything. So
yeah, but they need the runes. Or Force needs the runes to be able to farm these jungle stacks, because you know, there's a triple stack on the hard camp, a double stack on the medium camp. They do have vision of it, but he can farm it like really quickly without taking a lot of damage. But he doesn't need mana for it.
Yeah. That's his thing, because we saw he does a lot of damage, but he just can't sustain all of his abilities constantly. He really needs he needs a rune. He needs items to keep his mana up a bit more.
Yeah, at least bottle charges in general, and he's just gonna farm these triple stacks like really easily here. This is amazing for him, and like there is notably a lot more vision for the Legion side in the Hellborn jungle. They have 2 wards, and actually Corrupt Disciple smoking over, but I think he's gonna be a little bit too late because everything is already farmed basically. And Corrupt Disciple gets spotted by the Geomancer. That's actually really good for them, because that means that no one's going to fall. Although, Geomancer, you need to dig out, buddy! And he
just in time.
He wanted to waste some mana from the Magnus. That's what I'm going with.
Yeah, probably. That was right on time.
That was risky.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lodestone going in the bottom lane. That's an ultimate on the D4. Newerth surviving with just a little bit of HP. And I don't know how Newerth survived that. Oh, sorry, in the top lane. What you got goes down. The Corrupted Disciple plus the Bramble there are doing so much damage. Corrupted Disciple goes down there by the Geomancer. The Geomancer is a little bit too overconfident, because there is the Bramble still at full HP with that Dreamcatcher. And of course, the Dreamcatcher is such a powerful tool. In the meanwhile, we see Zephyrus being caressed by an Invis Torturer.
Yeah. Torturer just like basically telling his team like, hey, there's someone here. Like, come on.
And Nymphora is also there. Nymphora does miss stun and like the heal. So Torturer, I think... Sorry, the Zephyrus is gonna be fine. And now maybe the Nymphora is in a bit of trouble, because Nymphora does not have teleport. Does not have a stun up either for 2 more seconds, and that means it's gonna be a Q and a Lord of Force ultimate on top of the Nymphora. And like the heal doesn't really matter, but the Lodestone misses the stun, and that means the Nymphora is gonna be fine, because the Legion does actually have team support, while the Hellborn side is notably lacking in team support.
Oh yeah. I mean, hey, the Newerth sacrificed herself once, so then the rest of the team
look at this Zephyrus in the middle. That's not where you want to be, buddy. Okay, he's tanking up quite a bit. Zephyrus, the Corrupted Disciple, choosing to not commit to the kill there, which the Lodestone is dead. I don't know how much counter pressure you could expect, because the Tempest also doesn't have an ultimate up. He used the ultimate in the top lane. But yeah, the Tempest only being at 260 GPM, Corrupted Disciple 500 GPM, the Bramble 500 GPM, the Sigma just like the Torture just gets another kill on the Bubbles. Bubbles only at 240. This is not looking great for Hellborn side here. And in the top lane, Lords of Forest all alone in basically an entire enemy team surrounding him. Lodestone ports in, but Lodestone is alone. Where's the rest of the team? Bubbles is dead, the Geomancer ports in. Lodestone gets an out of there. Geomancer figures out, wait, where's my team? Yeah, my team is missing. Oh. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know if Tempest had TP. But he didn't have ultimate, so even if he TP'd in, I don't know if they could have fought that.
Yeah, they need to wait until he gets his ults if they want to do those big team fights. That's basically all Tempest ends up doing.
Yeah, so they need to. I think they need to communicate better with each other, because either you TP in together, or you don't TP in. Those are the 2 choices you have.
Yeah, you can't have half your team committing, the other half.
Yeah,
not
that's the
committing.
worst option.
Yeah, because then you just, instead of like having one person die, you have like 2 or 3 people die for no reason really.
Actually, Bubbles ultimate in the mid lane. The Torture is basically taking the stun to the face, but the rest of the team is just not really ready for the Hellborn side. Magma's around, Corrupted Disciple around, Bubbles taking a lot of damage here. Geomancer going in on the Corrupted Disciple being hit by Geomancer ultimate, but it's not really doing too much. Bubbles is already dead. Geomancer now in a bit of trouble. Geomancer gets sent back to the well.
There. So that's 2 picks for no picks for Legion side. And you can see the farm is just going up. The Corrupted and the Bramble are both at over 500 GPM. Torture is following up with 450. That's like their 3 basically core heroes.
Oh, and in the bottom lane we see Lodestone in a bit of trouble probably. That's a Magma stun into a Torture stun. Lodestone is basically all the way dead, and that means that they actually cannot go for the counter kill.
Nope.
And Magnus wants to go for more, but the rest of the team is not really ready. N4 does not have his ultimate up at the moment, so he cannot really provide team support just yet.
Still pushing top.
Yeah, I did see the Corrupted Disciple port bottom. But like, okay, this is the Bramble, like what the Bramble does well here. Is just gonna ultimate the force probably. Oh, the ultimate misses! Almost gets restrained though. No, the restraint runs out. Now the Geomancer is maybe in a bit of trouble. Geomancer gets stunned by the backlash. Geomancer is going to survive. Or no, and that's not where you want to stun, you silly. Yeah, that's not great. Like, the Corrupted is playing really well right now. He's applying pressure. He went for Shaman's Headdress, so he's hard to kill right now. He's quite...
Especially at South Forest.
Yeah, so he's really quick. Because he has the Energizer and the E, of course. And right now, he's just applying pressure. He's just making sure the enemy cannot farm. And they're trying to go on the Bramble, but Bramble's like, you can't.
Yeah, Bramble's just too strong.
And actually, the Bubbles ultimates in, the Lodestone ultimates in. They're going on the Corrupted. That's Lodestone ultimate. Hit on the Corrupted. That's a 3-man Magma. Magma's ultimating, but Tempest ultimates in return. But there's not a lot of damage coming through. The damage is missing from the Hellborn side. The Geomancer comes in late because he was dead before. Bramble taking a Geomancer stun to the face, but it doesn't matter.
Doesn't care.
No, he doesn't. He was not the one that was Lodestone ultimate. Lodestone, like the Corrupted Disciple survived with a couple of HP, and he's gonna be fine in the end. Geomancer trying to finish off whatever he can, but Lodestone, the Torture comes in at the end, finishing off everything that is left standing from the Hellborn side, and that means that the Hellborn side gets cleaned up completely.
And and the sides just, and that Torture does so much of his damage if you leave him kind of alone, just like doing his thing. Yeah, sure, he might not do like a lot of damage like instantly, like he doesn't have that much burst, but you leave him there for like a few of his abilities, and he's just like, you can't stop him.
Yeah, and like
he's just there doing a bunch of damage.
Lodestone is a different hero after he gets PK. Before he gets PK, that ultimate is so difficult to hit. And right now he is only 200-ish GPM. He's 1k into his PK. And the enemies are getting tankier and tankier. Like that Dreamcatcher makes the Bramble so tanky. Right? And that is GG's being called.
There goes the GG.
Yep.
Yeah, that was...
Yeah, the Bubbles and the Lodestone not really working out for the Hellborn side here. The Corrupted was just kind of running away with this game, to be perfectly honest with you. Right, he was super active, always in front of the enemies, while the Torture was just trying to recover and soak a little bit. And that meant that the Hellborn side was just under too much pressure to properly do things there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the power of a Corrupted that like is pretty just is farmed. You know, has so much presence. You can't get close to him because he's gonna steal your damage. You can't, and he keeps jumping on you with like the rest of his team. So you can't you just can't do anything. Can't really contest him.
Yep.
And we saw that.
Anyway, so that is going to be game number 2 in this best out of 3, with quite a quick victory for Vinicius, who came back wonderfully, which means that we are going to go to game number 3, if my math is correct.
Yes, I think that's going to be number 3 game.
Yeah, so 1 plus 2 is 3. That's what we're basically saying. Anyway, guys, we will be right back with you a little bit while we get the next game set up. So don't go anywhere. Get yourself a beverage from your chair, preferably, because otherwise it's going to be difficult. Anyway, we will be right back. All right, guys, welcome back to the third game in this series here with Vinicius versus Penku Araigan. This is the winner bracket semifinals, the second one of today. And of course, the third game with the first game going to the the Helmond side, and the second game going to the Legion side here. With the Torturer, the Corrupted Disciple, and the Bramble all being over 500 GPM. They came back, they made a statement, and they show that they are here to play and to wreck some noobs, as you would say. I am once again joined by Tickles. Hey, man.
Hello. All right. I'm excited for the last game. This is gonna be the last game of the day. I'm excited to see. So both teams have already won against each other once. So both of them have proved that they're able to win. Right? This is not going to be a stomp. At least it shouldn't be
capable of winning. Yeah. Exactly. I've achieved my goal. I can go to bed. No, but they really showed that they know how to play. Right? They know what they want to do, and I think when the Legion side here is ahead, they are really good at applying a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Well, I think the Hellborn side likes to farm a bit more. And the Deadwoods being picked up as the first pick with Nymphora, Iker, Kane, Soul Reaper, Kraken, and Calamity banned. Now, Kane and Calamity, of course, two heroes we saw in the first game.
Nymphora we saw last game.
The Iker is a hate pick, or a hate ban, I would say, right?
Yeah, people just don't like playing against them.
No. Honestly, even playing Iker is not that fun.
Okay, so it's just both teams are happy that he's a ban, basically.
Yeah, it's like everyone just doesn't like it. Anyway, for now, we see the Deadwood first pick. Deadwood, of course, I think this may be one of the first times it actually goes through the bans.
First time I've seen him today, so.
And yeah, Deadwood, of course, is so powerful right now. I think one of the reasons why he's more powerful right now than before, of course, because they changed a couple of things.
Yeah.
The Q time before it hits is a lot faster, so you don't need as long of a stun before it starts like rooting and locking down.
It's a lot easier to hit, so.
Exactly. And you pick up your tree like a lot faster.
Okay.
The W.
Okay, yeah. So he just has abilities like go like start up a lot faster, basically now.
Yeah, but also it's like you usually like missed an auto attack or two if you were like running after someone and had to pick up a new tree. It was so awkward.
Oh. Okay.
Anyway, a Plague Rider pick.
Right.
That is interesting, right?
I mean, Plague Rider is really good at farming, right? That's usually what his ult is for, at least in the beginning, right? Just farm up creeps. Those big.
Well, okay,
camps.
so yeah, the Plague Rider, it used to just be for farming creeps, of course, but lately, with his W changed, the W, the Earth Blight, is now a 2.5 seconds route early game.
Oh.
And it used to be a 4-second route with Restrain. So you can not just farm Ancients with your Plague Rider ultimate, you can also farm enemies with your Plague Rider ultimate. If they're standing in a creep wave, you use your Earth Blight and your ultimate on top, that's a lot of damage, right?
Oh, okay.
So,
only if you're lucky, right?
Sorry?
Only if you're lucky.
You can get really unlucky and just like it bounces just to all the creeps and then to you.
Yeah.
But like on average, you'll take a lot of damage for sure.
Not supposed to. It's not supposed to do that.
So I think what I'm going to require from you is whenever Plague Rider ultimates, you just yell Plague-u really loudly.
All right, okay. I'm gonna make sure that I get a noise complaint. I'm gonna make sure that happens.
Amazing. Just send your noise complaint to me or something.
Okay, yeah.
I'm playing with this Dutch guy. He made me. He made me do it.
Evict this guy.
Ophelia being banned. Flux, Sephoris, Corrupted Disciple. They don't want to play against that apparently. And Magmus being banned. And Sapphire. I don't think we've seen Sapphire today, right?
I don't think so.
Sapphire and Calamity, I think, do share like notable similarities where there are these early, like these scaling carries that also do well early game. And
And also do like magic damage. So.
Oh yeah, true. It's not just physical damage. Yeah, also magic damage. Even Corrupted Disciple is a bit like that, right? It's not the hardest carry, but it can like semi-carry. And we see Madman being picked up here together with the Ra. Now, Ra is an interesting pick, I will say.
Yeah, is it because he's bad, or is it because like he's just not like used very often?
I think he's bad. Very simply.
All right. Okay.
It's like Ra just doesn't offer a lot, right? In my opinion.
Yeah.
So.
He has a stun. He has his W, which just does damage, and he has a lot of health regen, right?
Yeah, usually like Ra is just a frontliner that does a little bit of damage, but the stun is only 1 second cooldown. It's not fast. Oh, sorry, 1 second stun. It's not fast.
Oh yeah.
The W is usually so bad you don't want to cast it because you do more damage to yourself than to the enemies. And even if you get a mock, you're usually so squishy still that you still die to like any kind of physical damage. Now, Ra is something that you would like say as a frontliner, right? It's just there to bait abilities.
Exactly, yeah, because you're supposed to build a bunch of health with them.
Yeah, and just be in the front and be annoying. But I don't really.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he's the best at doing that, at being in the front and annoying.
No, I would say like a Moraxis is just a better Ra.
Yeah, exactly. Because Morax's ult like just makes him tanky, and he can still be really annoying.
Yeah, and notably, like the Q from Moraxis stuns for 2.5 seconds.
Yeah,
that is a lot more than like 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1 second, fact, and it's also hard to aim.
Yeah, exactly. And like if you indeed get that PK in Moraxis, you can PK in stun, and that's initiation tool.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I will admit, right? I have been wrong in my life.
Okay.
Every now and then it does happen.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of it.
Rarely, right?
Rarely it happens, but it does happen every now and then. And of course they can absolutely show that I'm wrong. But Legion side looks like a very unorthodox draft for me.
Yeah, okay.
Like Riptide, Plague Rider, and Amon-Ra are like
they're not
heroes
seen very often.
Yeah, like heroes I would personally put in like the lower half of the hero pool.
Let's get it on.
And in general, you just don't see them very often.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they usually other heroes have something they can do, but better.
Yeah.
Right.
It's
like sure, Riptide gets a lot of agility with the passive, and he can like dive in, but like Corrupted can also gain a bunch of damage and and do a lot more damage.
Yeah, and Riptide in general, like if you have a bad game as a Riptide, your game is just kind of over.
Yeah.
You don't do anything anymore.
Exactly, because you just get shut down really quickly, and it's all.
And like if you can snowball somehow with that hero, sure he can do a lot, but if you get dual lanes in the mid lane, you also don't get anything. And it's a hero that you can only really run in the mid lane because you need the water. You need the
you need water.
Yeah.
It's because it's only middle lane that has that water right there, and it's I agree. I don't think Riptide is the greatest. He's not the greatest either in mid wars, and he's not the greatest either in FOC. He's just lacking a bit of just lacking a bit, I feel.
Yeah. I think his game plan is like very predictable and very counterable.
Let's get it on.
So like of course the Q can of course do a lot, especially also because it does like slow attack speed by 20%, which is quite good.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not a bad ability, but it is. It's like it's single target, and it's not like it does a lot of damage, but it's only single target. It's not bad, but it's not the greatest ability either. It's not like.
And the Plague Rider I usually only see like doing well against something like an Ophelia. It's picked as a counter to that quite often, where you gather up Ophelia creeps and Plague looks at you with like those money-loving eyes, and he just my carry lost it. Sunk Bob flaming is scary already. Yeah, this is going to be Ra going solo bottom against Deadwood. I think Deadwood is like not going to necessarily win that, but once Deadwood hits level 6, that is probably going to be Dead Ra. Yeah. And Madman going on an adventure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not judging if he wants to. It's good. It's good to run around. It's good for cardio.
Exactly. He's exploring the enemy jungle, and he's gonna run into the Geomancer here. He's not actually gonna be able to pull because of that. Geomancer saying hi, and a Pearl plus a Madman in the top lane now. I feel like there is a little bit of either hesitation or confusion going on in the Legion side.
Yeah, they're not quite sure of their strategy right now. Looks like they're kind of.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'm also not sure that they're sure what they're trying to do.
But if they're not sure, then the enemy isn't sure either, right?
Oh, so that's their strategy, right?
Yeah, that's the strategy.
You can't predict a Madman.
Exactly.
In both senses of the word.
Smart,
yeah, but like if you want to really have a good shot at winning this game as the Legion side here, I would say you need to get to the late game with the Madman.
Oh yeah.
In the late game, Madman can do a lot.
Yeah, Madman late game is unstoppable.
Yeah. Actually, in the bottom lane, Deadwood is taking a lot of damage from the Amon Ra, and he's actually tanking the tower now. Ra is taking a lot of turn damage, but it's not enough. The Pearl rotation actually makes it so that the Frenchman feeds.
Middle lane, the Geos might get caught here.
Oh yeah, Geomancer does have a stun though, so...
He is running away. He does manage to run away there.
Yeah, and they've been putting a lot of pressure on this Riptide. He's actually all out of blights, but because the Geomancer rotated to the mid lane because they figured out, okay, there's not much for me to do top lane. And Madman is actually solo in the top lane now, while the Pearl and the Amon Ra, look at this. They're completely boxing out Deadwood.
Oh my god. What that is nasty. Oh, poor Deadwood.
Yeah, because like Pearl just does a lot of damage with his Q. It's 140 damage level 1. So 120.
Raw Aura just kind of lets him just like kill the creeps there.
And like heal quite a bit. He doesn't really care about tanking creeps that much because he has 4 HP regen. Exactly. And Deadwood just kind of gets run down.
Can't do anything.
And actually Deadwood might be in a lot of trouble here, because that is indeed another Pearl Q and W. But he does have his Q up still. And he has a potion. So he's gonna get a couple of last hits here, which is definitely helpful for him. In the meanwhile, we see where is Geomancer. Geomancer is back in the mid lane. Madman is completely boxed out from the top lane. Currently only has 100 GPM.
And it's not looking for the Madman.
No, but like on average, they're still doing fine because Ra is 500 GPM.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like Ra is not necessarily the hero you wanna like get that much farm on.
Yeah. Like sure, he'll be tanking, he'll be really annoying, but he's not gonna be able to kill all the enemy completely.
No, especially like Swiftblade. Swiftblade just is gonna melt him.
Oh yeah.
And Ra does now 0 damage to the Swiftblade. And like the bubbles is hard to kill for the Ra. The Geomance is hard to kill. Even Deadwood might just run away. Now they are actually doing quite well in the mid lane for now. Of course, the Riptide has not that high GPM, but the bubbles and the Geomancer are getting kind of out harassed by the Plague Rider right now.
Which is, I mean, that's good. Let's go for the Riptide. Riptide might be able to get enough farm to put even more pressure.
Exactly. But they need to really start winning, like hardcore winning some lanes. Because they are not getting anything in the top lane. And while Madman not getting anything is quite bad for them, Deadwood not really getting anything, and level 6 means that he is still going to just one-shot people with an ultimate. Because Plague Rider is a free kill. Riptide is even a free kill, because Riptide cannot W out of the root. Madman even is a free kill if you have dust.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people are just free kills, and I mean it still like scales off of strength. So if Raw for some reason goes a bunch of strength items, they can still like wipe him out.
Yeah, I think he's going for Helm though.
Yeah,
if I'm
doing the smart play and not going strength items.
Yep. Just that Helm makes it so indeed that like it doesn't buff Deathwood ultimate to do more damage. So it's definitely the correct choice. And Geoman's actually stunning the Ra there, but
Never to dodge out of the.
yeah, I mean Ra does not have Helm, but if he did, I think he would have likely
Just kept going.
yeah, like the tower doesn't really hurt that much, right?
Yep.
And the power of Ra in the laning stage is that he can freely spam his Q on the enemy. Which he is doing right now.
He doesn't have a very big health pool, so all he has to do is just keep spamming and get regen.
Yeah. And yeah, because like it requires 15% of your HP to cast, but if you hit the meteor, you heal 10 back. And if you hit an enemy, you heal 5 more back.
Yeah, it's 10. Yeah. Oh yeah, so you get all your health back if you get hit, basically, right? And if you hit 2 heroes, right, you get like a lot. You
5%.
Heal.
Yeah, you get 5% back. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's pretty good.
So the genius play is buying Dreamcatcher on Ra, so you heal for a lot more than you damage, basically. I don't know if that's a legitimate strategy. I don't. But it sounds fun to try. Oh, actually, Bubbles might be in a bit of trouble here. He's actually dodging the silence from the Riptide. He's going to be fine. Maybe no, he's not going to be fine because that's a haste rune on the Riptide. Now the runes are actually on the side of the Legion for once. And that means that they're going to get 2 kills. The Riptide not actually having a bottle, but still going for runes means that they actually managed to pick up that kill. That is very important. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Madman is in a little bit of damage. He dodged some of the damage from the Geomancer and the Riptide, also and the Swiftblade, but I don't think they have dust in the top lane.
Oh, so he's just gonna run away. He's just gonna get away with it.
Yeah, so I don't like that.
The
nicest way I can put it. Because I feel like they should be winning a lot harder than they are.
Yeah, especially against the solo Madman, right?
Yeah, because the Swiftblade only get 400 GPM right now.
The same as
Madman.
the Riptide.
Yeah, exactly. Because Riptide just got 2 kills basically back to back.
And like, sure, I don't think Riptide scales as well as Swiftblade, but still, Riptide's not like a. It's not gonna be a non-factor if he gets fed. He's still gonna do a lot.
Yeah, and like in this case, it should not be the Vindicator that has to buy this dust, because the Vindicator doesn't have boots yet.
Yeah.
It should be the Swiftblade that buys the dust. Like, yes, you're not gonna be able to get your knuckles like 1 minute earlier, maybe, but it means that the Madman cannot play aggressive anymore. Yeah. And the fact that he's not doing that is not good. He's also not leveling his W, man. Oh.
He's not?
No, he didn't level his W or his E. Like, the W is one of the more powerful abilities of the Swiftblade right now. So...
basically, like, as long as you're not getting casted on, you basically just are invulnerable.
And look at this. That is potentially some free kills. Plague Rider running in very aggressively. Here, Swiftblade chasing down the Plague Rider. Plague Rider getting ultimated, but the bounces go to the wrong side, and the Plague Rider is trying to revive. But here comes Riptide. Riptide, of course, having so much damage. Geomancer getting locked up by the Riptide. Riptide is not actually able to finish off Geomancer. And the Swiftblade, also without Toxic Claws, means that like the enemy almost actually got away there if he was a little bit less faster on the Swiftblade. But yeah, this is Ra just cleaning up the jungle stacks right now. This game is running away from the Helmet side here. Who, by all means, should be like way further ahead right now than they are.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that Madman should really have been should be shut down a lot more. Even though he's not doing, like, very well right now, but he could be doing a lot worse.
Yeah. So if you have Dust in the Swiftblade and Toxic Claws, even if the Madman Qs, I think you can still kill him.
Yeah.
Because, like, he doesn't have boots on that, man. He's not that fast. Why is he surviving this long? Oh, and actually, speaking of surviving that long, I think that is going to be a dead Madman there. So yes, good rotation from the Geomancer. Geomancer being able to, of course, reveal the Madman without having to buy... Oh, actually, in the Deadwood... sorry, the bottom lane, Deadwood being caught by both Riptide and Pearl. Pearl popping his ultimate to stun the Deadwood there. Deadwood going for... Wait. I'm gonna kill you, but no, he's not actually able to do that. He wanted the Pearl kill. Unfortunately, he's not gonna be able to do that. Actually, I think the Pearl removed the clear cutting buff from Deadwood. The buff, the E.
Yeah, to slow him, which managed to slow him down. Plus, that ult was really good just to like get like a basically like a 1 second stun off of him.
Yeah, of course, yeah. So, it's a bit rough right now because the Riptide is on the same GPM as the Swiftlight here, which is not really what should be happening here. But currently. Okay, so the weakness I think of the Hellborn draft is the bubbles.
Yeah, this is not the right team to use the bubbles like to its full potential right now.
Yeah, but also you cannot leave the bubbles so low.
No.
Because what you would want to do is rotate the Geomancer to the bottom lane so Deadwood can get a kill. But Deadwood's Geomancer has to sit at the top lane because Vindicator cannot do much against the Madman because like Dust does not exist in the shop of high TMM players.
No, it's
once again a proven fact, right? Does not exist in the shop.
Dust is it's just a good item. It's just good.
Yes, I know.
It's better than a Rev Ward against people like Madman, because Madman will just run away from your Rev Ward, but he can't run away from the dust if he's already dusted.
Yep. And like I have a history of begging people to buy dust, and then just not finding it in the shop.
Yep.
It's a never-ending story, I'll say. Anyway, for now, Deadwood does not have his legs yet, which of course he does want to be able to punch people and one-shot them. And notably, like he wants to maybe move around a bit more.
Yeah.
But both the Vindicator and the Geomancer cannot really be left solo because they just die to the Riptide so easily.
Oh yeah, because Riptide currently is like, I think, getting farmed enough where he can just kind of, if he goes after Vindy, he can kind of just like press 2 buttons, right click, and then you're dead.
Yep. And it's I'm not sure why we paused. I believe Paradise needed a second, but it's not like they are. They need the strategy to rethink the strategy here, but as long as it's paused, might as well think about that for a second. They need to change some things around to really start like making stuff happen. Because if both teams just farm, in theory, Legion sides, Hellborn side should win. Because Madman doesn't get anything, Ra will get farm, sure, but Swiftblade will get more farm, which means that Swiftblade will, pop off.
Yeah. Yeah, Swiftblade should be able to outcarry a Riptide, and I feel like Deadwood should be able to shut down a Madman pretty easily.
Yeah, but also the Riptide in the later stage of the game, right? Riptide is solo pushing somewhere, like the Q from the Deadwood on top. That means that the Riptide cannot silence him in return. Because the W, the leap, is a movement ability.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
you can't use part of his like kit, which is like a pretty core part of his kit, is to be able to jump on people.
And in the mid lane, we see the Ra now applying some pressure. Vindicator kind of being bullied out of the lane. Even the Bubbles kind of getting bullied out of the lane.
Oh yeah.
And like they are just not getting as much as they should probably.
Yeah.
In the top lane, they missed the stun on the Geomancer on the Madman there. And they still don't have dust on either one of them.
No. Well, one day they'll listen.
Like I'm sorry if I'm sounding a bit annoyed, guys, but this is very basic stuff.
Yeah.
These are pro players. They should know this. But,
they should know that they can get a pick if they just dust them.
Yeah, and it's not like they're missing a spell, which happens in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
This is like.
Yeah, this is very.
This is like a continuous mistake happening for like 20. Like they killed the Pearl here in their jungle. Well, Ra was actually cleaning up some stacks, but that's a support Pearl that they just finished. While the Ra just walks on out of there because he's too bloody tanky.
600 GPM Raw just runs away. Can't be stopped.
I don't know, man. Actually, Deadwood taking a little bit of a Raz damage here from the Riptide in the bottom lane. Riptide is honestly, because Riptide has so much armor, because of that agility,
yeah,
he is quite hard to kill for the... what's this? And actually, look at this, like Madman here, now taking a lot of harass damage from the Bubbles, but Bubbles does also not have Dust, which means that the Madman is gonna be fine, because Dust does not actually exist. And Madman dodges the Q.
Yeah.
And in the meanwhile, in the mid lane, Vindicator dies.
Oh no. Again, it's just the... Yeah,
I told you, right? I told you, and you laughed at me, right? You say, like, I could hear in your voice, this Dutch is full of shit. Pro players will know how to buy Dust.
yeah. Okay, because, you know, in my mind, I'm like, you know, Dust is like such a good item. You know, and like when I'm playing like an Invis hero in mid-wars, everyone, like, I get dusted constantly, so they're gonna know.
Yeah.
FOC players are better. Apparently not. Apparently they still don't know.
They don't know. They just don't know. And like, you know, people like chat called you 1400. Well, at least the guy does, guys. Huh?
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling on the same topic too much, but for now, Bubbles actually did finish his Steam Boots.
I just want to say, basically, chat, a 1400 is knows it buys Dust compared to you. So it's all Dutch wanted to say.
Exactly. Moment of self-reflection, I would say. Anyway, Deadwood running into the Plague Rider there, misses his Q, which means that the Plague Rider is gonna be fine. It's not actually gonna get anything there. Meanwhile, Swiftblade cleaning up some stacks in the jungle, because they don't really have anyone else to clean up stacks.
Yep.
And Madman quietly kind of trying to recover, while Ra did not go for a farming heavy build, which I kind of like, right? Ra's just got Shaman's Headrest, got the Black Legion, and is just frontlining.
And that's
applying pressure.
That's what he's supposed to do.
And look at this, right? Swiftblade versus Madman. Madman is not dying. Why? Why is he not dying?
Set him up and
the troll.
real warriors show up.
No.
He's invincible.
Madman just keeps getting away with it. He was there, he was stunned, but he was invis, and he didn't get just didn't get killed because of that.
Yep. This is like why Shroud is always such a good item, because it makes you invincible. That's what I
That
feel.
is true. That is true.
Yeah.
It's true. It's
Anyway,
not
for now,
invisible.
Deadwood's in the bottom lane, not really getting much done. I don't think he's used his ultimate a better chance. Sorry, I don't think he has used his ultimate a single time here. And the Ra is just pressuring, killing towers. Swiftblade still does not have his cleaver. I think he needs like 300-400 more. And this was a free farming Swiftblade. Meanwhile, Riptide with no farming tool and no way to clear stacks has 500 GPM. And look at their jungle right now. The Legion jungle.
Oh my god.
That's a stacked jungle.
And looks like Raw's
every camp is triple stacked.
Oh yeah, and Raw getting it's like, even if Raw isn't like the greatest at when he's farmed, if he still has like all those like big items, he's still gonna be a menace.
You're gonna be fine if you have like 3 times the items that the enemies have. And in the bottom lane, actually, Deadwood punching the Plague Rider being sent back to the well. Pearl not able to get a counter kill there, but finally Deadwood managing to find a target to ultimate. So well played by Deadwood there. Geomancer and Swiftblade running into the Madman. Neither one of them has managed to locate the side shop. It's just a little bit unfortunate, at least. Bubbles trying to go for the rune here. I think he should be able to get it. That's a DD rune for them. So yeah, they're maybe getting a little bit back here, because Swiftblade does have his cleaver now, right? And Swiftblade with that cleaver can maybe start like farming a little bit more. But like Ra almost has mock here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I'm looking and it's like, I think Cleaver is like a good item to get, but it's 60 minutes into the game, and if you look at like Riptide is getting looking at the Riptide's like, gold curve, it's like Riptide's getting pretty close to getting like his Geos or something like.
Yeah, and Geo's base is a huge pickup against Swiftblade, right? And at some point, Riptide's just gonna get like Geos and a Basher. And he's just gonna start like face tanking this Swiftblade.
Yeah, Swiftblade's like, what's he gonna do? He's gonna ult, and then he's gonna die.
Also, Swiftblade actually like leveling up his crits instead of his E.
Yeah,
sorry,
especially against the Riptide.
Instead of his W, sorry, I mean. Because the W is like really useful to level, while the crits you only want to level once basically. And Madman, look at this, Madman literally is stealing. They
got the dust! We found it! They found it in the stall! We did it!
They did it! The turn is real! I believe they can do this! They located the side shop and they managed to do it. Oh, I am so proud of my boys.
This has never been done before.
They are a little bit late maybe, but you know,
yeah, I'm still proud of them.
It shows that my theory was incorrect. It does actually appear in the shop.
Exactly, it does.
So yeah, that actually is indeed like Madman instantly dying the moment that they pop dust there, while before that point he was just playing aggressive and aggressive and aggressive. And the Madman is on the same farm as the mid player on the enemy side.
Yep, yeah, that's...
And so in the top lane we see Bubbles die instantly to the Ra, but Ra actually getting really quite low. Ra is actually going to fall here, but of course Ra does come back, but here comes a double punch. That one punch right in the kisser. Humans to stop on top, but Ra is doing so much damage still. Ra is doing enough damage to the enemy, and it means that the enemy is going to fall here. Deadwood goes down, the Bubbles was already dead, the Swiftblade goes down before, the Madman comes back in after dying to the dust, and actually Madman is going through the trees, he's unleashing his inner Sunk Pop. They want this kill on the Geomans, and they're going to get the kill on the Geomans. So the Worm goes down, and that's a CC call.
I mean, you know, I'm gonna say this, okay? Even though they lost, I'm still so proud of the other team for finding the dust. You know, I'm just so happy.
Highlight of the day.
Yep, exactly.
Managing to find the item, because honestly, like it was a struggle.
Yeah,
it really was a struggle.
It's a really hard item to find, right?
Yeah, but you know what? At least we know that they have the opportunity to do it. Anyways, for now, guys, that is going to be three games, 2-1 for Vinicius here, meaning that Vinicius is going to go to the winner bracket finals, which they are going to play against Lunards here, I believe tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Let me pull up the brackets actually. Oh, I'm so slow at this crap. Okay, wait. Here, so yeah, winners bracket finals tomorrow at 3 o'clock for me at least. Which I'm gonna be, I believe, casting with Breaky, which should be a lot of fun. But for now, I think this was the last game of today. So guys, at least Nicholas, I thank you so much for casting with me. It was actually a pleasure.
Yep. Well, thank you for being here too. It's been great. You know. I could not have done it without you.
Any passing words of wisdom you want to share?
Well, I mean, I think it's very simple. Buy dust. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Buy dust.
Yeah, I think that is the the wisdom one of us, like at least one side, should definitely imprint into their hearts for now. But yeah, guys, that's it for me and for Nicholas. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you all have a lovely day and enjoy the beautiful weather outside. But I'm going to give the word to Paradise, who is going to say the last couple of words for you guys. So guys, I'll see you later.
All right, well, that was Dutch, Onage, and Nicholas, and Nedday, and Joker, and alongside with Mr. Sons. Thank you, gentlemen, for the incredible cast. It was a really, really good cast, and thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's tournament, and it's something a little more fresh than what we're used to, where we are mixing all the teams together. If you could look at the bracket right now, you'll see that the SEA players are on the top side of the bracket, and the Europeans and the Americans are on the bottom side of the bracket to see who is the best out of each region, so they can meet in the end. It's a little more interesting. We'll see how it goes. I hope you guys did enjoy the show and the split of the new bracket. Thank you all for watching, and tune in tomorrow for the winner bracket finals and the loser bracket semifinals on 1 p.m. GMT as always. Thank you all for watching, and we will see you tomorrow. Good night, everyone.